told you guys that I was coming back for a double header. We got the exiled lioness, aka Amir, aka Amura, in the building. Salute to you, Amir. Um, salute to you. So today we're going to talk about cultural appropriation, cultural um not religious appropriation. What was it? Cultural and gender appropriation. I played Vanilla Ice. You weren't born when he came out, when he was super famous. I was like in kindergarten, I think first grade when he came out. Of course, I was a kid, so I didn't know anything about race at all. He was just a dude rapping, and his song was one of the most hottest songs in the country at the time. But now that I'm older, I can understand why he is considered someone who was culturally appropriating. Um, Also, in sports, Cleveland Indians, um, the Washington Redskins, and other teams that are named after racial groups have been considered cultural appropriation. But I don't agree with that. I believe that there is beauty in everyone's culture. And if you find something that you like, I think you should adopt it as your own identity. So I'm not, I think cultural appropriation is used or weaponized politically. But what say you about this very topic?
I've seen that in America, people call it anything like a cultural appropriation. If you wear uh, a hairstyle, you see the
Yeah,
women who wear braids, they say, oh, it's cultural appropriation. It's like, it's
yeah,
hair. It's hair. And I saw somebody in a chat who said, more Arabs, why, CT? First of all, what is
yeah,
wrong with Arabs? What is wrong with extra Arabs? What's
yeah,
wrong? Why not? Actually, ask yourself, why not?
yeah. Okay,
I
okay.
don't appreciate that, Timothy.
Yeah. Salute to everybody in the chat. Positivity is definitely coming you guys' way. Uh, what is an example of? So you don't agree with the whole cultural appropriation thing when people try to use it in a bad light? What say you? You're mute.
People appropriate Arab culture all the time too. See,
Give me an
white
example.
white girls belly dancing, white girls
Belly
doing belly
dancing. Yeah,
dances. Yeah, yeah.
that's Arabic culture. Yeah, that is.
It is. It is. That's
Okay.
our dance, and Indians belly dance too. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
that's not your culture. That's ours.
Wait a minute,
Indians.
the Indians got that from the Arabs.
Yeah, the Indians belly dancing. Have you seen online? I've seen so many
Yeah,
Indians belly dancing.
I thought that belly dancing with both cultures just happened to be just something that they came up with too. Like it's possible that the wheel was invented by many different cultures. So is it possible that belly dancing was also invented separately? Okay, okay. So they got it
No,
from you. What's the
no.
history?
Indians used to dance like this.
Yeah,
That's how they dance. They
yeah.
dance silly. All of that. That's not how we dance.
And
So
what's
anyway,
the history behind that? Who was the first Indian that appropriated this, or do you know?
I don't know. I don't know. And I'm
Mm,
sure it's been
okay.
going on for centuries because, of course, our culture is beautiful. So people like to copy it.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. What else about your culture or Arab culture that people have stolen? I know we stole algebra.
Algebra. What is it called? Astrology? Not astrology.
Yeah.
Astronomy. I always get the two confused.
Yeah.
Hi, but and then hula dancing. Someone said hula dancing.
Yeah.
No, and our foods as well. Like you see a lot of people. The Greek. I don't know. Now, see, this is where it might be one of those two people invented the wheel at the same time,
Yeah.
because there's a food that we have called. They call it dolma. We call it warak ainab. Warak ainab is like the dolma, the grape leaves. You put
Oh, I'm staring at grape leaves right now. They're so damn good. Oh,
They
go ahead.
are. They are.
Yeah.
But the Greek made the same thing called dolma. And I don't know if we did it first or they did it first. I guess I
Okay.
shouldn't say that. But anyway, cultural appropriation in America is just people looking for a reason to complain.
Mm. I think so. I think it is for something for people to complain. I think that people want to find fault in something. they want to feel oppressed. They want something to cry about. So particularly when a white liberal woman is sitting at home in her luxury home or her luxury condo, and she has no fight, there's no wars. She looks on screen and she sees, like, for example, like what you say, she could see an Asian woman belly dancing, and then she'll get on TikTok and say, why are these Asian women culturally appropriating Arab culture? And I feel like that's what happens a lot. I feel like the liberals, particularly liberal white women, do this a lot. What say you?
No, I really don't care about that. Like, I never said I was offended by it. I don't care about white girls belly dancing. As long as you do it right, I don't care. Timothy says, I would live next to Indians before Arabs. I would too. Trust me, Timothy, I would too. I don't want to live next to Arabs. I love my people, but I like them over there.
That's how I am with blacks. I don't want to live around blacks. But yeah, so a white liberal woman who's a leftist, who's a feminist, she will get upset if she sees an Asian woman belly dancing because she wants to be mad at something. Whereas maybe the Asian woman respects Arab culture, finds Arab culture to be fine, with particularly belly dancing to be a nice, what do you call it? Dancing, exercise, form of art, and just appreciating it, So I don't understand, like, in my opinion, I believe that when people appropriate someone else's culture, I believe that they have an appreciation for it. Even in rap culture. Even in rap culture. I joke around and say wiggers, right? But I'm just playing around. I believe that the whites, like, for example, Eminem, right? In the early 2000s, Eminem was the greatest rapper in the early 2000s. I don't care what anybody says. He was at the height of rapping. He was number one. And there were no close seconds in early 2000s. No close seconds.
Right.
And people were saying and they were even saying it back in the day, like, oh, he's culturally appropriate. He trying to be black. I'm like, what if he respects black culture? What if he appreciates it? What if he identifies as being black or being a part of a not subgroup, but a particular group within the black culture? Because all black culture isn't rap. And what if he just appreciates it and he feels like, damn, man, if I'm talented at rap, why not make money off of it? I never have had a problem with Eminem, but you have a lot of people like that.
Could it also be that Eminem grew up in the same areas that black people grew up in, so he has the same experiences? And it's not actually appropriation, it's actually him coming from the same place that person came from, and
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. When you say gender appropriation, what do you mean by that?
Chaotic.
What happened?
I want to say something, but I don't want to get you in trouble.
Just be careful. Yeah. I think you'll be fine. Go ahead.
Can I say? I mean, I don't know.
Is it the F word?
Yes.
And it ends with an ag.
It ends with a Y because I have edited the F word myself.
Okay, so as long as you don't say that word, I think we'll be fine. Go ahead.
I call it faggotry.
Okay, so that probably, you shouldn't have probably said that, but go ahead though. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. But this is what I see, the gender appropriation, and it's like men going into women's bathrooms. Now, I think this is a worse crime than so-called cultural appropriation.
Yes.
I think this is a way worse crime. It's way more dangerous.
I think so.
Don't laugh at me, guys. But Nina said the Dylan Mulvaney, and that, have you heard of that boy?
He's not. Yeah, I did a show on him before, and he's not really gay.
Well, I don't think he said he was gay. He said that he wants to be a girl.
Yeah, it's all for show. I believe that kid is totally sane. I believe that kid is just doing this to go viral. He's definitely talented at singing. I believe that his career in singing didn't go. He may have thought that he would have been on Broadway somewhere, and I believe that he didn't make it. So, hey, why not dress up as a female, pretend to be a female on TikTok and go viral? And that's what exactly happened. Did you know that he could sing?
I don't care. At that point, I don't want to hear nothing from him because, I'm just disgusted. I'm sorry. And look, I don't know if the people in the chat share my same sentiments or you, Chaotic, but I am just disgusted at all of them. All of them just make my stomach turn. I'm sorry. You can call me the H word, you understand the H word.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to say any bad words, but you can call me
as long
that.
as you don't say blanketry, yes, that's fine. But yeah,
blanketry.
Yeah.
Come on, nobody knows what that means. But still, anyway, no. Chaotic. I am very much against it. I hate it. I can't stand it, and I don't know if anybody else. Yeah.
Why you mad says Allahu Akbar. Let me see. Yeah, the difference between cultural appropriation and gender appropriation is this. One is, in my opinion, an appreciation for someone else's idiosyncrasies, behaviors, etc. The other one is misappropriation. And the other one is very dangerous, which is gender appropriation. Because the fact of the matter is that a man pretending to be a woman, dressing up as a woman, going into a female's bathroom will leave actual females uncomfortable. And there's been situations in prisons where males who are pretending to be women are thrown into women's penitentiary. Did you hear about many of these cases where trans women
he made them pregnant?
Who are men, yes, and really, yes. So they're misappropriating gender, pretending to be another gender, which they are not, getting legislation made in their favor. You see it even in sports now, and I'm so glad that they've banned financial aid to the NCAA in these camp or colleges, but basically by not allowing biological men to compete with women. I don't think it's passed yet. I think it went through. I think it passed the House, right? Did it pass the House?
Yeah, I want to bring up something too.
Okay, yeah, it passed the House. So gender appropriation will get real women killed in sports, particularly like rugby,
wrestling.
That's a good one, and it's gonna undermine non-contact sports like swimming, running, etc., where women are going to be real women will be last. So I don't like gender appropriation at all. But go ahead. What did you want to say?
I want to bring up this to you. I brought up a point on my channel about the agenda, the rainbow agenda. I'll just say that instead of saying my favorite word. The rainbow agenda is what I said, that they are at war. They're at war with the rest of us. And the reason I said they're at war is because they made a flag. What are flags used for? Nina was there. Flags are used for taking territory, for marking territory, for establishing dominance. When you cross borders, anybody who's left this country, anytime you cross a border, what is the first thing you see when you cross another person's border? You see their flag right there in front of you, because they're telling you where you are and how you should act, whose territory you're in, and how you need to move accordingly. When I see that this group of people made a flag, they don't need a flag. What do you need a flag for? You're not in war. They use terms like ally. This is a war, and people are accepting the enemy into their home, accepting the enemy into the church, accepting the enemy into the education system. This is a war that we're at, and we are graciously welcoming the enemy and feeding them. This is what we do. And this is part of the reason, Nina, you were there. It's marking territory. They're marking territory. And the fact that in this month alone, Joe Biden, the potato head in chief, he put the rainbow flag first, center.
I did a show about that.
And then he put the American flags on the side of the rainbow flag. How dare he? The disrespect.
Violating the U.S. flag protocol.
Chaotic. The White House is always being watched 24/7. The whole world is watching the White House 24/7. That is representation of America herself. And you put a flag of someone else above the American flag on our territory, on our monument, our White House.
Yeah. Totally violating flag protocol. Then they had a mentally ill man there pretending to be a woman, walking around bare chested. Did you see that?
I did. I heard that they took a picture with Joe Biden before they did
Yeah.
that. Now, if it were Trump, they would have made him delete that picture. They would have made him delete that picture and said, "We want no parts of you," and he would have been arrested properly. What did you see?
No, I totally agree. The Democrats, particularly the ones in power, they can pretty much get away with anything. They can get away with corruption. We see that with Biden and his son, and their backdoor deals in Ukraine. We see that a Democrat can pretty much say anything that they want to say, particularly what Ketanji Brown Jackson said about this woman is a Supreme Court justice and she doesn't even know what a woman is. But in the reverse, had that have been Trump's White House and somebody had did that, you would not hear. I'm sorry, you would hear about it all on CNN, all on NBC, all on ABC, all day, every day. Big Time with the $5 super chat says, "Don't forget Fallon Fox, dude is in MMA who broke the lady's skull." Absolutely, and you are correct. Flags are used for purposes of conquering and establishing territory. When you see flags in churches, listen, I live in a very liberal city, liberal area. There are so many churches that have that flag flying out.
Stop.
There's so many people who have that flag flying outside their churches. Yeah, it's so many people flying the LGBTQ flag outside of churches, and it just lets me know that these people have invaded without firing a single shot. They didn't have to, and truth be told, that is the most interesting thing I see that is happening within the LGBTQ community. They didn't have to do a terrorist attack. They didn't have to do. They didn't have to unibomb anybody or be like the Unabomber. They've come into spaces that even to this day people hold churches in high morality, even though sometimes churches can be.
That's a lie. Chaotic. That is a lie from hell. Nobody does anymore, especially the Christian church. They disrespect the Christian church every day, and Christians do nothing. Christians need to stand up for. But they're the ones letting it happen. They're the ones who decided to start marrying them in their churches.
That's
when
true.
They did that's when everybody lost respect for you.
Yep.
You'd be better being called all kinds of homophobic rather than. Okay, sorry.
So no, you made a good point. Like even in schools, right now, schools are in my opinion, still the greatest institutions of any government. We have a school system, federal school system, that literally allows teachers to fly those flags in class, fly those flags, not half staff, but on the staff underneath the American flag, not focusing on science, not focusing on mathematics, but focusing on whether men pretending to be women can come in schools dressed as women, homosexual books, being in these classrooms, indoctrinating these children. And the first educators of children, though, are the parents. But in terms of formality, it is the schools. So if the schools are teaching this and focusing on this and not focusing on technological advancement, scientific advancement, just societal advancement, we're gonna have a weakened government or a weakened society. So we're already there now. But yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
And the reason I said that this is such a big deal, Chaotic, is because I know you're going to move on. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
The reason I said this is such a big deal is because you have, when we see this, Chaotic, we see it as such an innocent thing, right? A lot of people see it as such an innocent thing. When you talk to the majority of Americans, they're like, what's the problem? Why should you control what another person does with their body? That's what they do in the Middle East. These Middle Easterners are the ones who control people. We live in America, land of the free. You can do what you want. You're free. Yes. But one thing is, what your neighbor does affect you, whether you like to think so or not. Because your children, if you have children, they're going to go to school with the neighbor's children who are also going to influence your kids, who are going to, and people don't think about that chain reaction of things. When people see that it's okay, then the next person does it, and the next person does it, and it spreads like a cancer. And this is the reason why we have roof parties for rainbow flag people. This is the reason why we have roof parties for them. But America chooses to do other things.
Where do you think the next attack will be? So, for example, Gender appropriation has led to diversity hires. We see that with the and diversity hires, which are very bad at their jobs, particularly the White House speaker. Um, what is her name again? Karine
What's
Jean Pierre.
Marie Jean Pierre,
Yeah,
something like that.
this woman is very bad at her job. Half the time, she doesn't know what she's saying. The other half, she doesn't know what is going on in the White House. She doesn't answer questions. We have these bad diversity hires, all because of gender appropriation, if you ask me. It started with the whole gender appropriation. So the lackadaisical hiring processes have weakened jobs. Gender appropriation has also led to men not wanting to even be in certain institutions anymore. You go to some schools now, men aren't in. I was in the education field, and I'm telling you, gender appropriation, this overemphasis on the toxicity or the toxicity of masculinity has driven a lot of men away. So gender appropriation, or I call it misappropriation, has caused society, in my opinion, to collapse at all levels: employment, government, education, etc.
It
But
really
yeah.
has.
So yeah, I think this is a great topic to talk about. Yeah.
The standards have been so lowered. If you see in schools now, I watch all the time that teachers are leaving, they're retiring early or just quitting outright. And
Yeah.
the thing is, they can't take it anymore. Is the lack of respect, and that's a whole different topic. Chaotic, but part of me does believe that the lack of respect that we see in America started in the church. I
Yeah.
believe it started in the church because the church was the
Cornerstone of
the beginning, the mecca of respect. It
yeah.
was where it started.
Yeah.
And once you lose respect for the church, you lose respect for your men. The women lost respect for their men. The wives lost respect for the husband. The daughter lost respect for the father.
Yeah.
Nobody respects one another once that is broken, in my opinion. Once the respect for religion, respect for elders, respect for your parents is gone, I believe that everything else just falls to the side. So yeah, chaotic, and I believe that if we bring back respect for the church, that will bring back respect for the majority of the rest of the problems that we have. But
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Maybe that's not enough. I don't know.
Why hasn't gender appropriation matriculated over in the majority of the Middle East?
Why hasn't gender appropriation matriculated over? Because we are raised, I guess you could say, we are raised in a way that it's very separate. We are raised very separate from one another. Men don't have much experience with women, and women don't have much experience with men because we are always separated. For the majority of our lives, we're separated. And we are taught from young what we are. We don't get the option to choose, oh, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that, because your parents will go, no, you don't wear that because you're not a girl. You don't play with your sister's toys because you're not a girl. That is how we're raised. We're brought up that way. In America, what happened was it started when parents started saying, I don't see anything wrong with my boy playing with dolls. I think it's fine. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, you can't force a person to be gay. But one thing that you can do is make sure that their identity is intact, where they know who they are and what they are, so that they don't get confused at all. And I think that's part of the reason why we are the way we are. We have women separated from men. We are not even allowed to dress like the other. If I were to go outside in men clothing, my family would have my family would have it would be my R's. Let's just say that it would be my R's. If I were to go outside in men's clothing. Men don't dress like women. Women don't dress like men. That's just what we have. It's actually in the Quran that we shouldn't dress like one another.
Do you believe that the Middle Eastern culture or Arabic culture or even Islam or Muslim culture is superior, at least right now, currently?
When it comes to keeping
social morality, just morality.
Yeah, right now it is.
Yeah.
And I believe that Islam is the last front that we have against the LGBT, which is so strange because we used to have Christianity that was with us, but now Christianity has fallen to the LGBT agenda. You can see it. Like you said, there's rainbow flags in front of churches. Them saying, we're welcoming everyone, guys. You can
Yeah.
all feel free to come here, feel welcome. You should never do that.
Yeah.
But they do. And I believe that Islam is the last frontier, the last fighting force against it. Because every other religion, they're just too tolerant. They're just too eager to please, eager to not make anyone feel ostracized. And it's like, you need to ostracize. That's part of your religion, is to separate.
Big Time with the $2 super chat says tolerance allows your group to be conquered. I totally agree with that. What say you, Amir, on this one?
Definitely. Big Time is. Yeah.
Chris says it happens in the Middle East. It's just kept underground due to consequences.
He's talking about gayness. Yeah, it does happen in the Middle East. I mean, it happens everywhere. But one thing is that we have respect for ourselves to not accept that culture as a norm. We don't promote it as something that should be seen as natural and just another form of being. It's not another form of being. It's disgusting. It's unfruitful. No, it's not another form of being. This is the difference between us and them. Yes, it happens. It happens everywhere. Nobody can prevent that. But one thing what we don't do is promote it and tell children that if you grow up to be this, I'll still accept you. It's okay. Everything is fine. It's just another way of being. It's just another sexuality. It's not. And it shouldn't be accepted. And that's the difference between us and you guys.
Ivy Dreams says, they have a rainbow flag in front of the Lutheran church in my town. Martin Luther will be turning over in his grave. Now, guys, I want to just make note of this. Ivy is not talking about Martin Luther King.
No.
Yeah, she's talking about Martin Luther, who was, what was his position? He was a saint, or he was, I know he started the Lutheran Church, but I forgot what he was. Like, what was his official title? Ivy, help me out. What was Martin Luther's official title? I had read about him when I was a kid. Lena says, we are talking about it going mainstream. That is the difference. Yes, and Amir is right. The thing about what I've noticed in Middle Eastern culture is that they do not promote it. It may happen, which is probably, what do you think percentage-wise in terms of Arab culture? Is probably less than 5%, less than 1% of homosexuality. What do you think? It's like less than 1%?
I don't know. I mean, it's very low. Whatever it is, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. Chris says, yes, many Presbyterian, Methodist, and Christian labeled churches with women pastors have opened their churches to the rainbow flag. And when I was younger, an old black down south preacher, Baptist preacher, he said this, and I'll never forget. He said women shouldn't even be behind the pulpit. You know what the pulpit is? Yeah, shouldn't be behind the pulpit. And we were kids and we were listening to him and we didn't understand it. Now that I'm older, I see what he means. You allow women behind the pulpit, that's the first start in breaking down the church's structure. Yep, absolutely. So
it says in the Bible that a man should not suffer a woman preaching.
Yeah.
It says that. Why should a man suffer a woman preaching to him? It's not supposed to be that way. That's not the proper way. Women should not be preachers. That's not your place.
Do you think that's cultural appropriation or gender appropriation? The woman preacher?
I would just call it disrespect.
Okay.
And out of order.
Okay. It happens a lot in particularly churches in America. You would go into a church and it's some broad who's preaching the word of God. I'm like, I'm not listening. I don't want to hear her yapping her gums about the word of God. No, I can't. I'm not going to go into why I don't want to hear a woman talk about spirituality. But I don't want to hear, you guys can get my drift why I don't want to hear a woman talk about it. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I don't want to be descriptive, but you guys can guess why I don't.
Wait a minute. Be descriptive. What is your description of it?
I don't want to be that descriptive. I don't want to. Hold on for a second. Kyra says it's not meant for women. Here goes the thing. I'm going to be very honest. I don't want some woman who was getting railed the night before to tell me anything
Chaotic.
about religion. Yeah, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Listen. That's what most men think. It's just like with Kamala Harris. She's the vice president, but at night she's the receiver. I don't want to know.
Stuck for the lost.
And so it's okay. It's cool to be in a domestic position. It's cool to listen. If you want to work in corporate America, if you are gonna be a leader, you gotta be a dude. Dudes are. I mean, we're superior by nature. I don't want some broad talking to me about God and she was doing unholy things the night before. Stop it. Big time with the $20 super chat says Matthew 18:6. If what causes the child to stumble and turn from me, Jesus, a millstone should be hung from their neck and be cast into the sea. Man, they were brutal back in the day. You were about to say something about what I was saying. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to catch my breath.
You were offset about something that I said. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't. It's just I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I was expecting something.
Yeah, Amir, a lot of people don't talk about this, but I'm gonna certainly do. A lot of men won't say it, but I'm the chaotic truth, and I'll say it. Don't no man want to listen to no woman because of that very reason and that reason alone. Other than that, yeah, that's the reason why. That's the reason
I believe that women shouldn't be preaching. It's not that reason, but I'm not a man, so I can't really. But anyway, my reason was because women need the protection of men. So why, right, as the person needing protection, the person that's almost childlike when it comes to men, why are you trying to tell men where they need to go religiously, spiritually? Another thing is that women, we tend to live easier lives than men. Men tend to live harder lives. So you're telling you have the person with the easier life, telling the people with the harder life how to live. Makes no sense.
Exactly. It makes absolutely no sense. And I'm going to call it out every time. Which institution? Oh, wait a minute. We got BOA. Oh, what's up, BOA? I remember you. What's up, man? You're on mute. Okay, I don't know what's going on.
Howdy. Well, good to see you folks.
What's going on?
He has a speech impediment.
What say you, sir, about what me and Amir have been talking about? Have you ever pretended to be black in your life?
Nope. I grew up in a multicultural neighborhood, and I'm perfectly okay with anybody being who they are and celebrating how they are. When they try and make other people accept who they are or try and tell other people how you have to live, okay.
So you never walked down the street and said, yo. So you never walked down the street and said, yo, what's up, man?
You can't be who you are.
What's up? You never did that before.
Nope, can't say I have. No. No. Appropriation. There is the native population does like to adopt some of the urban culture of the U.S. inner cities.
Yeah.
Take that if you want. Very strong population of that here. I was going to say, and not undermining your point, but underscoring your point, the Mormons, the LDS, doctrine of the family, men, woman is family. That is it. Yeah. That was under two leaders. And you won't see any pride symbols there. None of that there. So somebody's still holding the faith. Please call themselves Christian. That's the debate I'm not getting. Who do you touch? Who he is, isn't. They say they are. Let's leave it at that. If they're Christian, then believe it.
Yeah.
And at least somebody in the Christian world is holding the line and saying, no, you don't accept that. Church may not be doing too well or not, numbers wise, but somebody's saying it. So you're not alone. And I mentioned about the stories. Some of the Canadian kids you might have heard of, Muslim kids, told to wear the rainbow shirts, show up at the extra events, refuse to do so. Will not be there. The parents are saying no. Children saying no, not going to do it. We're not comfortable with it. Violates our Christians, our faith. We won't celebrate that. Teacher goes off on them. Well, you shouldn't be here. You don't deserve to be in Canada. if you're not going to celebrate this.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents. It's good to see you, folks. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you
Nice to
so
see you,
much.
Vlad.
Thank you so much,
Do
BOA.
my best to choo over there.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
I'll go.
Amir, you never pretended to be like an urban black.
Yeah, one time.
How old were you?
13.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I didn't pretend to be black, but I pretended to be Puerto
urban,
Rican.
like an urban black.
No, I pretended to be Puerto Rican.
Okay. And what were you doing?
Pretending to be Puerto Rican.
What do they do? What did you do?
Oh, I put my hair in a slick back bun with the edge Joe with that. I put big hoop earrings.
That's Puerto Rican women. I went to school with Puerto Ricans in high school. That's how they used to look. Yeah,
and then
look, I mean, go ahead.
I know. Well, I speak Spanish, but my Spanish is Colombian.
That's Puerto Rico. Every time I think of like Hispanics, that music comes to my head. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, and I speak Spanish, but my Spanish is Colombian, so clearly I got called out for pretending. So anyway, but nonetheless, I pretended to be Puerto Rican just because in school I didn't want to be Arab. I didn't want to admit that I was Arab, and I was honest about this even on the PEEP. I don't feel any shame about that anymore. What I did, but I did it just because at the time, being Arab wasn't popular in school. So
really, and why do you think Arabic wasn't popular?
Well, you understand, like this was right after, when 9/11 happened, I was around seven.
Okay. Oh,
and,
yeah.
And in school, I just, when my family finally moved, I started a new identity at a new school. So I was I'm Puerto Rican.
Okay.
And I got called out. Called out, especially because people found out my last name, my real last name, and they were like, your last name is not Puerto Rican. It's, and I got called out. So.
I remember when 9/11 happened, they told the kids, the black girls, the Arab girls, listen, don't come to school with the hijab on. And a lot of those girls didn't. Yeah. Let me see. Ivy Dream says Puerto Ricans equals urban blacks. Yes, that is true. They are the Creoles of the Caribbean. Yes, Puerto Ricans look like a mirror, but will swerving down that they are black. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And they will act black, act like urban blacks. Passion says LGBTQ took God's promise to not to flood the world again and turned it into an image God wouldn't recognize, or took it into an image God wouldn't recognize, almost like a middle finger to him. Yeah, I got to agree with that one too, Passion. Let me see. Amir, are we living in, because of gender appropriation, are we living in Sodom and Gomorrah in America?
I thought you already knew that.
I didn't know that at all. No. That's why I'm asking you. Do you think this is Sodom and Gomorrah?
It's worse than. 1 second.
Worse? Why is it worse?
I need to go beat my cat. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Yep. Let me see. White people, please don't flag this video for animal abuse. Non-white people, we don't, especially me, we don't look at animals the same way that you do. We don't sleep with them in the bed. Gross. We don't have them at the dinner table eating with us. A lot of whites I know do that. They had a dog eating at the table. Oh, it's nothing wrong with that. It's just a dog. I'm like, yeah, it is something wrong with that. It's a filthy, stinking dog that licks his butt, and I don't want to sit next to a dog while I'm eating. It's not an inferior creature, but it is a lower life form, and it shouldn't be at the dinner table with superior life forms like human beings. I'm sorry, just the truth. Just the truth. I don't care what anybody says. Let me see. Kissing them in the mouth. Yeah, that's true too. Oh, is something wrong with kissing your dog in the mouth? Yeah, it is. I just saw that filthy animal lick his butt, throw up, eat the throw up, and now you're going to kiss it in the mouth? That's disgusting. Disgusting. But white folks, they love them damn animals, boy. They love those animals. Placido says dogs are adorable. What is your problem, sir? Mole rats are also adorable too. It's just all perception, man. You whites have grown up with dogs, and I don't know why you guys love those creatures so much, man. But you know, and cats. Ugh, cats are the worst. And cats are ass douches. Yeah, and they're ass douches. Guys, please hit that like button on your way in. It's me and Amir up here talking about cultural appropriation and gender appropriation. Mike from Boston says they aren't ever at the dinner table. Maybe not in your house, Mike from Boston, but I've been around whites and they will have the dogs at the dinner table, bro. And I mean literally sitting there like they are a human being. Like it's almost like it's offensive if you ask the host, hey man, I don't want to sit next to this filthy animal while we're eating, while we're doing stuff. Get this animal out of here. Oh no, he's a part of the family. Let me see. Cats are gross. Yes. BOA, Chaotic Truth Live. That logic is why cats don't eat with humans. Yes. They knocked the plate off the table. Passion says, you are talking about the whites that took DMX music to literal. Kyra says, I am biracial. I love animals. That must be the white side of you, Kyra. Mama Carol says, I got 3 little ankle biters. They can't reach my mouth. Placido says, especially the women, they treat their dogs like their children. Yes, I can't stand those types of females. Not because of their valley speak, but because they have these stupid little dogs. Like, come on, they give their dog some stupid name. Come on, Rome. Let's they name it Rome or something. Come on, Rome. Let's go out for a walk, Rome, and holding it like it's a damn infant. It's a damn dirty dog. Adam says ancient whites teamed up with the European gray wolves to dominate nature. We were unstoppable together. Non-whites can't relate. Yes, I will admit that whites did an impeccable job at domesticating and transforming the evil wolf into the dogs that we see today. But the ancient black man took the lion and made them into cats. I don't know if you guys knew that. That's the truth. That's what a cat is. A cat is just a tiny lion or whatever. And the Negro was in ancient Egypt and he molded this beast into the little cats, and they domesticated cats. It's all in the hieroglyphs. Let me see. Mike from Boston says that's a mental illness. Yes, that is a mental illness in my opinion, having a dog eat at the damn dinner table. Not says, I remember when I was a kid that Iran or something called America the Great Satan. I was so offended and taken aback by that comment. Now I think it's clever. What do you think about that comment? I know you're not Iranian, but what do you think about that comment in correlation to what I was saying about Sodom and Gomorrah? You're on mute.
Sorry. That Iran called America the Great Satan?
Yeah, back in the 70s, I believe, the Iranians were going through some sort of revolution. But anyway, I forgot who it was, but they called America the Great Satan, meaning that America is a devilish country. And
well, wouldn't you think that America is a devilish country if you lived in Iran?
To be honest with you, Amir.
Wait, a country that is preventing your country from getting nuclear weapons. Because,
that is true.
But let's be real. Every country wants nuclear weapons to protect themselves and to be seen as a fighting force in this world. Just like North Korea. Every country wants nuclear weapons. And just because America feels like you shouldn't have them, all of a sudden you can't have them. Wouldn't you think that America is a great Satan?
In my opinion, no. And I'm going to tell you why. Iran is a country that has government instability.
I'm saying as an Iranian, though.
As an Iranian. If I was in Iran.
If you were,
Of course. Oh, absolutely. If I was an Iranian, yes. But in terms of being an American, no. America should definitely police the planet. I'm sorry. I don't want nuclear weapons in the hands of North Koreans, a country where you have this crazy dictator, a country where, in my opinion, is not really truly developed enough morally to keep them or to have them. I just don't believe
think the same thing about America. They think America is morally bankrupt. So you have to see things from other people's points of view.
Bankrupt or corrupt?
Bankrupt, meaning that morally they have no Like when you're bankrupt, you have nothing. You're
Yeah.
in debt. That's America for the rest of a lot of countries. A lot of countries see America as morally bankrupt, and look at the stuff that we have going on. Look at all the rainbow flags. You really think that a country that can't control their own gay population is going to be able to control the world? So I love America, don't get me wrong, but looking at it through their point of view, I can understand why they would think that.
Okay, I can give you that from their point of view. I can give you that. But, from the point of view of the Papua New Guinea, the people in Papua New Guinea, would you say from their point of view that they deserve that they should get nuclear weapons too?
I mean, any country trying to defend themselves, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I guess it just depends on how volatile or how bad the people are, if they want to take over the world or something like that. But a lot of countries, they just want to be seen as a force to be reckoned with worldwide. And having nuclear weapons, every country that's given up their weapons to America, look at Libya. Look at Iraq. Look at Syria. The countries who have given up everything to America to let America dominate have all fallen big time. Libya used to be beautiful. Libya used to be, well, that's a whole different conversation.
I'm listening.
But nonetheless, are you?
What do you think about the? I'm about to pull up something for you real quick. What do you think about the Andrew Tate situation, real quick?
I don't follow him.
Okay, so let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think that? Do you think that the people in Papua New Guinea need nuclear weapons? If they said, "Can we get nuclear weapons?"
Weapon is one of 1,000 rifles illegal.
Would you give this man a nuclear weapon?
Do they believe that? Do they believe in the gays, or do they not?
Of course not.
Okay, then yeah, I think they should have nuclear weapons.
Okay, these people who live in these Papua New Guineans, right? These people who live in trees, you would give them nuclear weapons.
If Uncle was satisfied, these pigs would be given to him.
Listen, it's not about the type of weapon that the person has. It's about the fight in the dog. It's not about how big the dog is. It's about the fight in the dog. And I believe that these people, if they really wanted to get stuff done, they could get it done with sticks and stones, I believe.
They still live like it's the 4th century. Like, they deserve nuclear weapons. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was in Congress, if I was in the FBI, if I was in the CIA, and if I got wind that these people had nuclear weapons, I would bomb them back. I would bomb them into the primordial age. Certain people, in my opinion, can't handle nuclear weapons. These people will kill themselves. They'll kill them. Yeah.
No.
Look at them.
You guys listen to me.
To this day.
No, I'm trolling.
This is Papua New Guinea. This is Southeast Asia.
Listen, wait. No, Chaotic, you're being unfair here. Take this off.
Now, I'm being unfair. Okay.
You're being unfair. I tell you why. Turn down the volume at least so I can talk to you.
I'm gonna turn down the volume. Yep. Go ahead.
Listen, you picked up a video. Listen, if we took a video in the middle of Mobile, Alabama, and said, "You think these people should have nuclear weapons?" you would say no too. But we do.
I would say yes because they are American.
But they're living in old centuries past. We have places in America in Indiana. We have people in
Alabama
Indiana.
is a developed city. Is it not? They have skyscrapers. They have an electrical grid. They have a sewage system.
And they ding 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 ding.
That's music. But the thing is that's music. But the thing is that somebody in Mobile, Alabama can be taught how to use and manage, monitor and control a nuclear weapon. Those people there still live in tribes, and it's tribalism there. I don't even think they have the capacity to understand certain sciences, etc. Go ahead.
Why would you say that about those people? Just because they live in that state right now?
Because they still live like it's the Stone Age.
But they could survive in places where you can't. You would die. You would die.
That's possible.
Because
I
you're
would.
used to having buttons that control everything in your life.
That
They
is
know
true.
how to get it done.
Yes, but they would also die if you put them on a submarine. But then again, I don't know how to operate a submarine either. Let me see. Let me read these super chats real quick. Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says, if every country had nukes, there would be no world. Yes, I agree with you.
That's true. That's
Dirty Dude with the $5 super chat says, not all Iranian hates Americans. Sean Penn said, he has gone over there. Sean Penn says that lots of students at the University of Tehran love Americans and American culture.
They
Cultural appropriation.
No, it's called liking and appreciating a country. I mean, if you appreciate a country, are you all of a sudden appropriating it?
But see, in my opinion, appropriation is not a bad thing, though.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, but I see what
That's
you're saying.
That's the problem.
But
you see,
says, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Portia says, I wouldn't even trust her with nuclear weapons. She's an Arab.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Nothing explosive is safe in their hands. That is some ignorant shit. Hey, Portia, please call in. That's ignorant. Portia, I kind of want to not block you, but I kind of want to time you out for 5 minutes. But freedom of speech, that's your opinion. But I don't think Amir is blowing anything up. Portia says, I'm joking. Let me see. Pac says, so those people don't have a way of life as well. I think the people who live off the land wouldn't hurt the land. So if you they kill each other like it's nothing over there in Papua New Guinea. And they're super strong because, they live off the land. They're almost like the animals over there. They're living off did you see those guys? Those guys don't have gyms and Planet Fitness and Gold's Gym. But did you see how muscular those guys were?
It's called surviving. Surviving.
Those people are extremely strong. Those people are violent. I wouldn't want to go over there around those crazy Southeast Asians. Let me see. Portia says, laugh at my blank off. Y'all know that was hilarious. Yes, it was hilarious. But Portia, it would not have been hilarious 21 years ago. I'm telling you, man, it was a very sensitive joke back in those days when I was a kid. Let me see. Sandra says, what the H is a wigger? A wigger is a mentally ill white person that has adopted the urban black culture. I think that if you, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think if you adopt urban black culture, something's really wrong with you. I'm joking. Let me see. Backup says genetics. Pete says, in my biblical worldview, the people of Lot were hellbound. Woody says, world has a nuclear standard. Countries with nukes are not messed with. Yes, that is true. But you definitely believe that everybody deserves to have nuclear armaments. So let me see. Amir, what about Muslims that whine about Islamophobia? Go ahead, Amir.
Islamophobia doesn't exist.
I didn't think it did either.
It doesn't exist. I mean, it's what you have a fear of Islam. I don't think that's what that is. I think people who are scared of Islam is because they have been taught that Islam is all about cutting people's heads off or what have you, and that is a very rational fear. That's a rational fear. I don't think that Islamophobia is a real thing. But yeah.
Portia says, well, thankfully, it's 20 plus years later. She can handle it. She has her jokes too. It's nothing but love in here. I don't even have any hate for anyone in here. I just like to have fun, CT. Yes, thank you so much. Jay Jones says, who is this?
I really like this.
Looks like a supermodel. Way better than Naomi Campbell. You are out of your mind, Jay Jones. No woman alive to this day looks better than Naomi Campbell when Naomi Campbell was in her 20s or 30s. Stop it. Naomi Campbell is one of 5 supermodels. And let's be honest,
That's probably
Amir, I grew up in the 90s. I'm older than you.
I've seen pictures of her.
I've seen pictures in the 90s.
I've seen better.
No, you haven't.
I've seen better. I have seen better.
No, you haven't. In the 90s, in the early 90s, when I was a kid, I'm telling you, Naomi Campbell was just as popular and famous as Michael Jackson, and she looked super good. She looks good now as an old woman, but she looked really good in the 90s. And she was a supermodel. It was her, Sidney Crawford.
Being a supermodel does not make you the most beautiful thing in the world. Supermodels, runway model. She's a runway model.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who looks better than Naomi Campbell?
So many women. What do you
Okay,
mean?
name just name one.
Are you talking about only black women, or can I go all
It
races?
could be any woman, any race.
Bella Hadid looks better than Naomi Campbell.
Oh,
That's
okay,
for
okay.
sure.
Go ahead.
The Brazilian model, I forget her name, but she's the most popular Brazilian supermodel. She looks better than Naomi Campbell.
Okay.
Who's the other? Lupita Nyong'o looks better than Naomi Campbell.
Okay, you just want to debate. Okay, I see that. Lupita does not.
No. I think Lupita's prettier because Naomi has a forehead that goes back here.
Okay.
That is not that's how can you say the most beautiful woman in the forehead look like Klingon people? Come on.
Klingons from Star Trek, please. Let me see. Godzilla says, thank you, Amir. Tell the truth about Naomi to CT. Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says, stop, CT. She was nowhere near as popular as Michael Jackson. You know what I meant, though. Okay, not in terms of scale. We all know Michael Jackson was global. But Naomi was one of the, if not the hottest model at that time. Nina says, Amir, because her edges retired before she did, please. I guess it's a female joke about Naomi. Let me see. Humble says,
chaotic.
How many bottles of Jergens did Naomi Campbell make CT buy in the 90s? Yes, in the 90s, the early 90s. I didn't start doing that. I'm not telling you my business, Humble. That's none of your damn business when I started doing that. Let me see. T-Spell says the lady is freaking bald, for Christ's sakes. Okay, T-Spell, stop it.
She is, but she has hair growing back here. But all the
Okay. See, you guys are looking at a 54-year-old Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell was literally the most beautiful woman on the planet from the ages of 17. I would even argue and say to 40.
Says
to
who?
40.
Says
society. She's a supermodel.
Says you. She has a perfect body. That's one.
Body was always good. Yep. Yeah. Body was always perfect.
Her body was perfection. But
yeah, body was perfect.
When it comes to beauty up here,
I'm listening.
I have nothing else. I'm gonna stay quiet.
Okay. So what else, man? In terms of gender appropriation, would you like to talk about before I start bringing people up?
Gender. I hate the fact that all this woman power has gone on for so many years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we see women just openly being mocked by men. I think it's mocks. People are mocking us by she's wearing a wig to cover up the chaotic. You are looking at a product of hours of putting on hair on her forehead. That is not chaotic. Yes, she looks beautiful there. She is very beautiful. Let me see. Get closer. Let me see. Can you get closer or no? Okay. She's very beautiful. Yes. But she's covering up that forehead for a reason. There's a reason. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
This is all I hear when women talk about Naomi Campbell. Hold on for a second, guys. This is all I hear from Amir and other women when they talk about Naomi Campbell. Hold on for a second.
You know what?
Hold on. This is all I hear when women talk bad about Naomi Campbell. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
I'm not even crying.
That's all I hear.
I'm not even.
Yeah. That's pretty much all I hear when women talk disparagingly about Naomi Campbell. Go ahead, Amir. You got the floor. Go ahead.
I don't even want to talk now.
That's all I hear when women talk about Naomi Campbell. Oh, her forehead is big. That's all you guys can talk about. That's all you can say. Is because
Rihanna has a big forehead. No, but Rihanna has a big forehead, but she's still beautiful.
Rihanna looks better than Naomi Campbell? Stop it.
No, I didn't. I don't think that.
But
I'm just saying, but she's still beautiful. Naomi Campbell.
She is beautiful. She is beautiful. I'll admit that all day. Ivy Dream says, I can't pronounce her name. She's an Ethiopian woman. Worries, and I'm not saying it right, is prettier than Naomi Campbell. They are both beautiful black models. I don't agree with that, Ivy. Big Tom says, tell the mirror to hush puppy. Okay. Bootzilla says, CT, supermodel equals beautiful. Supermodel equals supermodel hot. Bootzilla, Naomi is a official supermodel. Official. Let me see. Nina says, oh, stop. We know she's pretty, but you guys joke about them wigs and fake hair. Stop being a hypocrite. Nina, stop it. You know damn well. Hair or no hair, Naomi Campbell is the most beautiful woman probably ever born in the history of humankind. Let's be honest.
Wait, chaotic. I'm starting to think about something. What if she shaved off her hair? Then we wouldn't know where her forehead is or isn't.
Then we wouldn't
think of we couldn't criticize the forehead. So
I didn't think about
maybe
that.
if she shaved her head, then
I didn't think about that. Yeah, good point. Guys, thank you for all the super chats and cash apps. Me and Amir are talking about cultural and gender appropriation. Where do you see America, Amir, in 20 years with all this gender appropriation?
give me a moment. I wasn't expecting that question.
Yeah, good question.
At the rate we're going right now with the schools and the societal mess, I see there being a rebellion. I see things coming to a head eventually, because women are getting slowly but surely tired of having men encroaching on their spaces. I hope I'm using the right word. But we are starting to see women, even the liberal white women, slowly but surely start to get more frustrated and more intolerant. I see it come to a head somewhere. What do you see?
In 20 years...
Chaotic, stop it. You're not going to change anyone's opinion on it.
Now,
Chaotic.
I want you guys just to see something real quick. Just look at the difference between Tyra Banks and Naomi Campbell. You can clearly see that Naomi is 50 times prettier. But
that's how they made. There was a certain look. There was a certain look. You were the only one. You're the only black girl. Make every black girl's hair look like that.
She makes Tyra look ugly.
Like that.
Right.
Exactly.
She makes Tyra look ugly, actually.
That's what I was trying to say. She makes Tyra look, she looks 100 times better than Tyra, yeah.
She does.
I perpetuated. And I remember...
But that forehead.
And for the Aliyah thing, the story with the Aliyah, when you said...
Very cold.
We did a fashion show. I don't remember what it was. It might have been Jenny or something like that in Milan. And we were doing that fashion show.
You know Tyra Banks was scared of Naomi Campbell?
Yeah, she was. That's why she was in this interview she was basically venting to Naomi, and Naomi was just playing her like, oh, I didn't know you felt like that. So
she knew. She knew.
Yeah.
And you said something.
Like, I just looked up to you as a kid. She said, oh, I had no idea.
At the time when you said it, I didn't think that you could actually say something like that.
What did I say?
Tyra's forehead is pretty big too, but...
something like, you'll never be me. Don't ever think that you'll be me, and something like that.
I said that?
Yes.
I can't think. That's something... I'm not that.
Naomi knows she says that. I'm like, she just pretend like she didn't say it.
That look in her eye when she looked to the side.
And I'm not someone to go and give myself away and say that to anybody. I've never said that in my life. So, but if that's
look at her.
That's not, doesn't sound like me to people that would know me.
I'm not sure if you're understanding how.
Tyra, I'm not sure you're understanding my pain and my trauma that I had with you.
Nina says Naomi is way prettier than Tyra. Some people just prefer the light skin, but in this comparison, light skin ain't it? Yeah, no, it's not. Even if it was a factor, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Naomi is in a different.
When you put them next to each other, Naomi wins hands down. Naomi. Yeah. I thought Tyra was beautiful, but wow, when you put Naomi there, it made Tyra look cheap.
Ivy says, show Doree Wearies. All right, give me a second. I'm going to show her real quick. Let me see. 1 second. I'm going to show her real quick. And then we can move on. Give me 1 second, guys. Ivy wants me to show Doree. Let me see. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to show her right now. She's older here. I don't know who this woman is though, but she's real pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's real pretty.
She has very fine features.
Yeah.
Her face is very like fine. I don't know how to describe it.
I'm trying to find like a younger version of her.
You've hinted at things you don't.
Let me see.
I wish that she would wear that hat.
Yeah, the hat. I can't really see her. Let me see.
Covering her face. Yeah.
I can't. I don't know if there's any younger photos of her. Oh, wait a minute. This might be something young from her.
You get this right, change your life.
Why do we want to be a model?
Being model is better than being.
Oh, that must be a movie of her.
Hi.
Oh yeah, when she was probably young.
That looks like Paul Mooney. It looks like Paul Mooney.
Kinda, yeah.
I've been fighting for you next on a question.
Okay, I can see that. Let me see.
Wow, that looks like Paul Mooney. Like, oh.
Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, she had a perfect face. Like she has like a perfect human being face.
The Homo sapien face. Can you turn on the music? We don't need to hear the music, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I was saying she has a perfect Homo sapien face, and the thing about her is that her eyes, and I like it better when she has her eyebrows a little bit thicker.
Yeah.
Thicker.
I wonder why I never heard of her. This is weird. Yeah, she kind of like aged. Okay, so she's still pretty as an older woman from this, but she didn't age the way that you would think.
No, it's not that. It's her makeup. It's the makeup that they put on. Yeah, because look at that makeup. That the color is not flattering.
Okay.
It's just the makeup that made her look older than what she is. She's wearing the wrong makeup. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah, those Ethiopian women look pretty good. So you asked me where will the U.S. be in 20 years? If we keep going down this gender appropriation pipeline, if you will, in terms of the schools, government, institutions, we have institutions now that have gone completely woke. We're going to see a collapse in major institutions. One being for example, commercial industry. Like here goes Ford. They did a commercial and the vehicle was the LGBT flags on the vehicle. Bud Light, they've lost hundreds of millions of dollars going woke. Baseball. Just the other day they had some trans Catholic women performing or doing something or a tribute. It was nobody in the stadium. If these companies continue to go down this pipeline of wokeism, gender appropriatism, you're going to see a collapse in major industry. You're going to see institutions like the educational field. You're going to see schools where they're gonna have to shut down schools because you won't even have the enrollment, because a lot of parents don't want to send their kids to schools where they're gonna have cross dressers come into the school or books with two men having gay butt sex in it. So you're gonna see a collapse in institutions. You're gonna see a collapse in the STEMs, because think about this, man. Dylan Mulvaney doesn't give a damn about nuclear weapons. He doesn't care about fusion technology. He doesn't care about hydrogen technology. So you're going to see a vacuum or a hole in the STEMs, and we're going to be a weak country. You're going to see not a wage deficiency, but we're going to see an enlistment deficiency, which we're already seeing in the military, because you have weak men now. So men don't want to join the military. So who's going to defend the country? And the police. You're going to see a decrease in men joining the police ranks. You're going to see a decrease in men joining firefighters because men are getting weak because of gender appropriation. Then countries like China, who give a damn about hydrogen technology because they're making impressive inroads in hydrogen tech. They're making impressive inroads in other technological fields and scientific fields. We already know that the Asians are about to curb stomp everybody in semiconductor technology. You're going to see them become the number one powers on the planet. You're going to see India becoming number two. And we're going to see a completely different world 20, 30 years from now. A world where we may be speaking Chinese and we may be under Chinese rule or even Indian rule. That's what I see. I see something global, a global catastrophe for Americans in 20 years. If that makes any sense to you.
We thought that about 7 years ago, but things have changed. Things have changed recently. China has recently begun to fall. China has recently begun to decline. Even their investments that they have in Africa. So they're trying to expand to Africa. You know that. And they are not doing as good as we thought that they were going to do. That the projection that we saw is not the same as it. So I don't think, because I believe that China is only where it's at because of America. You know what I mean? If America falls, China will lose, I would say, about 30 to 40% of their power that they have right now.
Okay. If China gains dominance, which sea is that? They're it's so much disputed territory. What sea is that over there?
The Taiwanese Sea or China Sea?
The China Sea. If they gain, there were a lot of contested islands there. The Chinese, are you aware that the Chinese government has terraformed many of those islands and set up bases there? So islands that were once disputed territory or disputed land, China just has gone in there, leveled out the trees, leveled out what's there, and created bases. If they gain control of
they're trying to
if they gain control of the Malacca Strait, and if they gain control of the Taiwan Strait, meaning that they go into Taiwan, it might be a wrap for America. They're making.
I doubt that because Taiwan is backed by the United States.
Do you think if China sailed across the Taiwan Strait, which is only 100 miles, do you think America will go into China?
We would have no choice but to. Okay. Well, actually, no, I take that back because that's what we thought about Ukraine too. And you see, we haven't done a thing. You know what? Mm-hmm. You're right. Maybe not.
I don't know.
I guess it depends.
We wouldn't know, right? It's just
we wouldn't know.
But what I'm saying is that in 20 years, it's very possible that America can lose dominance on a global scale.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion.
In Saudi Arabia, they're no longer using the dollar as the oil, the official oil currency. They're starting to use they're
not using a petrodollar, right?
Yeah. No? So it's bad. It's getting bad. We're losing our influence, and it's because of what we have right now in the White House because nobody respects what we have there. Hi, Smitty.
Yeah. Smitty, what say you about cultural appropriation or gender appropriation?
Am I coming through clear? First of all, making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Gender appropriation or what now? Cultural?
And cultural appropriation, yeah.
All right. So, respect to you, CT. Thank you for having me once again. I would say, when it comes to cultural appropriation, sometimes that could be healthy. Like right now, believe it or not, in the Black community, I do see that we need some cultural appropriation. We do. We need to be appropriated in a certain way. We need to be redefined in a certain way. Is basically all I'm saying. Other than that, no. That's a very unhealthy thing. Gender-wise, cultural wise, that's very dangerous because whenever you get a whole group of people to completely lose their identity, I would say that's not for the best, unless you're trying to culturally appropriate in like a Hitler type fashion, which we all know is dictatorship. Now, how does dictatorship usually work out? What I notice is that even on the Democratic side in this country, they're trying that to a degree, cultural appropriation. When they talk about that whole utopian mindset, you know, basically in a nutshell, like a hive mindset, everybody thinks the same. We all have this echo chamber. Yeah, that's dangerous, bro. So I'm only saying that to say, to land it, right? The thing that I love so much about planet Earth, right? Or as some would say, the dunya, right? What I love so much about it is that there's diversity in it. Man, there's different type of plants and flowers, animals, trees, you name it. Not going down that list, but all I'm saying is I love the fact that there are different cultures. I love the fact that there are different tongues and languages. I love the fact that there are different foods to eat. I don't think anybody wants to spend a whole bunch of money to go to a completely different country just to experience exactly what they experience in their own country. I'm not spending a whole bunch of money to go all the way to South Africa to visit, or Jamaica, or wherever you may want to say, France, anywhere. And then I go over there and it look just like downtown DC. That's not fun. So cultural appropriation, I believe, is something that's very unhealthy. And with that, I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, CC.
Amir, thank you so much, Smitty. Amir, you're right. Saudi Arabia has been using the petrodollar since 1970s. However, there have been some recent signs that Saudi Arabia may be considering moving away from the petrodollar. In January of 2023, Saudi Arabia's finance minister, Mohammed Al Jadaan, said that the country was open to trading oil in other currencies, such as the euro or the Chinese yuan or yuan.
And the ruble.
Go ahead.
Too. They've been using the ruble too.
This suggests that Saudi Arabia may be looking to diversify its currency reserves and reduce its reliance on the U.S. dollar. So yeah, you're right about Saudi Arabia. And I don't know, that might be a bad outlook on or for America. Also, think about BRICS. You know, so I don't know. I in 20 years, I don't know what kind of influence that America will have on a global scale.
Well,
it's very interesting. Yeah,
but that's why we need somebody in the leadership that the world recognizes as a person that commands respect.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have that right now. And, you know, I love this country. I want to see it succeed. I want us to be great as we've always been. Every empire eventually falls, but I don't think it's our time to fall right now. I think the world needs America to stand up in its best power right now. And it's a shame to see that we are being so softened and so weakened, and we're just pathetic. We're whiny, we're slow, we're fat, we're entitled. We're like, you know, I need this, and if I don't have this, and you're discriminating me or something. Everything is about whine. Nobody wants to do anything for themselves. Nobody wants to, and nobody wants to take risk anymore. Have you seen when Trump was president, businesses were booming because people felt comfortable. They felt confidence in the economy. Now, nobody wants to do anything because nobody has confidence. Everybody's holding their wallet as tight as they can. Nobody wants to take a risk. And when Americans don't take risks, other countries do. And then we fall behind. So this is why, I mean, everything in this world is about trust. And trust is what makes the world go round. You trust the cashier is going to give you your change. That's why you pay them. You trust that the restaurant trusts that you're going to pay them when you eat after you eat. We trust that the people outside are not going to shoot you unfairly or shoot you for no reason. Yeah. This is trust. You trust in the economy. You trust in your governments. This is all about trust. The whole world is about trust. And there is none right now.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I'm sorry. No, no. I want to tap on that so hard.
It's only three of us here, so
America.
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Nah, man. Salute to that. Sis. Listen. So one, I was watching this one thing real quick when it comes to there was these guys. So they're over. I think like one of those like India. I think it was East India. Long story short, they have. Don't you know how we have arcades here and we got to use quarters? So when you play and stuff, you got to put your quarter in the machine. Bro, over there, they have a 100%. It's like a honor system. It's an honor system, bro. They allow you to play. And if you lose how many laws or whatever, so to what Amir is saying, to what I'm on the show. I'm on the show. So what Amir is saying, it's an honor system, and you don't expect that to happen. Exactly, because you're supposed to be able to barter. Now watch this, the American dollar. It started off in the Wild Wild West. The way it started off was, it was the piece of paper that started off as an IOU. We just went off of just your word. All right, bet you're going to get these amount of chickens or whatever. The paper dollar in America started off as just an IOU. And then it evolved into the presidents on it and everything what we know it to be now. So you're absolutely on point there. Now, the last part I wanted to tap in on briefly was America being hit. And I'm just thinking about this. I don't know. If you guys feel different, let me know. One thing that I recognize and that sickens me about Americans here now, that we don't want to seem to recognize our greatness. Now, just like how you were saying earlier, Amir, mashallah, when you was talking about like how other countries want to be looked at as strong and other countries want to be looked at as a threat around the world and everything else, and other countries have nukes. Exactly. Now, why do we think, no matter how much people hate America, they hate us, bro? We know this. Around the world, overall, behind closed doors, I don't care what trades we do, they can't stand our behinds, right? But why don't they touch us? Like, oh, okay, 9/11, whatever. Why haven't we had serious Hiroshimas over here? It's not just the technology. It's not just our military defense. It's also because the world recognizes our value. They know if they destroy this, there's a lot that's going to be missing. If America is out of the picture, a lot will be missing. We contribute so much to the world. But the people who live here now, they don't even know how to recognize that. And so now they keep on crapping on us, and then they go over and, so I just wanted to throw that part in. I really do think, to land it, we haven't been really hit because no matter how much they hate us, they know they can't live without us. It's just like the marriage. Can't live with her, can't live without her. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, CT. Hey, I'm running to the restroom. I'm right here, bro. I'm just going to the bathroom. Been down for a second.
So, Amir, China, per the Congressional Research Service, this report by the Congressional Research Service, the CRS, provides an overview of China's economic ties with the United States, including trade, investment, and debt holdings. It also discusses China's efforts to diversify its economic relationships beyond the U.S. China's economic rise, history, trends, challenges, and implications for the United States. The U.S.-China Economic Security Review Commission. This report by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission examines China's economic growth and its implications for the United States. It provides insights into China's efforts to reduce its dependence on the U.S. and develop alternative markets. So, once again, to answer your question, in 20 years, I don't know, Amir. I believe that China, India will be so dependent they won't even need American imports. I don't believe that they will even be exporting a lot of things to America at this point. But that's just what I believe.
Well, we thought that back in 2010. We said, okay, 10, 15 years from now, China's going to be this or that. And here we are 10, 15 years from then. And China hasn't really moved much. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. The projection is not matching what's happening. And I believe that the Chinese have not mastered. They've mastered many things, but they haven't mastered quality yet.
Yes.
Quality in their people, quality in their product. They haven't mastered it yet. So they have mastered the technology and being able to create and mimic the things that America has made. They can mimic, but they can't. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was watching a report on China a few days ago, well, a few weeks ago, actually, not days. Are you familiar with quality fail?
I mean, if it's anything like the words, quality fail is understandable.
Okay. Let's take a $100 suitcase, right, from Walmart, right, made in China. It starts falling apart after a year.
Yeah, for
if
real.
anybody's ever been on Shein and have you ever purchased anything from Shein?
No.
Shein is this major conglomerate in China. You can get a lot of products for damn near nothing, like clothes, etc. Clothes look nice. They start falling apart within a month or two. Cheap. I'm not trying to big up China. I'm not. But China has been working on quality fail, meaning that they are making an effort to improve their goods. So more regulatory.
I mean, you've seen their cell phones.
Yeah, so they're making an effort to do that. So I don't know, man. Maybe now we see a lot of Chinese quality that is not up to par. But who's to say in 10 years that quality doesn't increase? Go ahead, Smitty.
Briefly, one thing I've noticed about that Asian community when it comes to that, I think just so long as they can still meet their quota and some, dishing out cheap products, and we say nothing about it, I don't think they're really going to increase. And see, listen, it's all about supply and what's behind that? Demand. If you do not demand quality, sir, then you will not be provided with it. Just so long as they know we can just keep on giving you the cheapest of the cheap. You know, it falls apart, just like how you said, it's not good in the wash, it wrinkles up, it falls apart, it fades, you know, it shrinks, all of that. Then, you know, if don't nobody, you know, ever try to say, hey, we want better qualities. We're not going to buy it no more. We're not giving you our dollar. When we will give you our dollar once you start giving us at least something respectable. This cheap piece of junk, I can't do this. So I'm gonna be real, CT. The land, nah. I think they're gonna keep doing exactly what they doing, just so long as I'm talking about America. I ain't talking about niggas. Americans. Period. Everybody has something in their house on the back of it says "Made in China," bro. We all do. Somewhere right now, it's something in your. I don't care if it's the batteries in your remote, whatever. Something in there is made in China. So
somebody brought up a good point in
quality. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I made a mistake. And you know I did a show earlier, so I'm not, you know, it's not quality.
No
fail.
excuses.
It's I know, right? It's quality fade. FADE. I made a mistake because the fail didn't. Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, it's quality fade, and China is making efforts to work on quality fade. Mr. S, salute to you, sir. We are talking about cultural appropriation and gender appropriation, and Amir was talking about how the Christian church has failed in sense of allowing the gender appropriate community to enter into the halls of a once great cherished institution, which is the church. We already know it's corroded throughout American society, but she was talking about how it has not corroded at the same scale in the Islamic culture, which I can see with my own eyes that it hasn't. But what say you, Mr. S, about what we've been talking about? Go ahead, sir.
The church is finished with its Western countries, including America.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to repeat that again. The church is finito.
Go ahead, sir.
And with them is America and England and the UK. The Bible is not followed. Women are let loose in that. And Yes, destroy the church, you destroy the country. I was just listening to you guys talk about China and America, and you guys are discounting and being very disrespectful to China, their advancements, their aggressive growth that has occurred in the last 20 years. America is a sick man's empire of the world.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor, sir.
Yeah, so let's stop
Blackout, Mr. S,
disrespecting
please.
China. China are the first superpower to bring Iran and Saudi Arabia to the negotiating table. China were the mediator between the two regional foes of the Middle East. And China is the reason why the East is prospering and the West is crumbling. Why is it that the Western financial markets and the Western central banks are increasing interest rates? Why is that? To tame inflation. Do you know what you do when you increase interest rates? You're artificially sucking away the money that's in circulation. So what are the Western governments doing in essence is taking money out of your pocket to try to bring this currency erosion to a stable level. Do you think that's ethical for a government to take your hard-earned money to say, no, we're going to take, 20% from your wage or from your money or from your salary? And we're doing that because we are trying to reverse the F-ups that we did during the bear bug pandemic, where they were giving out free money to everyone. So the West is doomed. China is the new king in town. America and Americans need to embrace China and to start learning Mandarin as well. And Americans need to understand that the power that you held for the last 100 years is soon to erode away and slip out of your grips.
Go ahead.
And I'm saying this from a logical viewpoint, from a logical view, from a bird's eye view. You know, why is it that America, who's been friends with Saudi Arabia for God knows how many years, not bring the Saudis and the Iranians together to negotiate and bring peace to Yemen, to bring peace to the proxy wars that are in Iraq, and other countries as well?
Mr. S, I want to respond to you because, listen, I hear what you're saying about the technology and so on. And what is true is that they do have better technology in China. What's it called? Transportation technology, like their speed rails and all that. That's wonderful. They have skyscrapers everywhere, but America built the blueprint for that. They just copied it. Another thing is America will never be dominated by a bunch of four-foot people that carry around diseases, corona, and they just spread diseases like roaches. We will never be dominated by those type of people. They need to do a lot more than get some money to dominate the United States. Now, I see what you're saying, but I disagree.
I would like to, excuse me, Mr. S.
Hold on for a second. Let Mr. S finish 777. Go ahead.
If China is so weak, if China is short in stature, oh my days, hallelujah. If China is so weak, why are they grabbing islands, building islands? Why are they intimidating Taiwan on a daily basis, flying over 50 of their military aircrafts? And why is it that America just can only sit back and publish videos of them getting harassed by the Chinese military? Because if you're sitting in a position of strength, you would be doing what China is doing, i.e., just like what America used to do. But now the world has turned. What goes up must come down. And unfortunately, America is it's going downhill. Guys,
all right,
take a thumb out of your ass and understand this point.
Is there a time limit?
Hold on, 777. No, it's not. But I want to hear Mr. S out.
There's no end to it, though. There's no end, CT.
I think he's done, CT.
Mr. S, what would happen if China controlled the Malacca Strait?
I think
what's happening right now, which is total control. Mm-hmm. The good question is, what happens if China becomes friend with Egypt and starts controlling the Suez Canal?
Mute. You're on mute, CT.
Go ahead. What would happen if that were to take place, sir?
The Suez Canal. If China controls the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, it's over, as you guys say. Right now, America is trying to keep hold of Egypt. China is trying to get hold of Egypt. Okay? And China, remember, what they're doing is they are agreeing to the disagreements of the countries that have been in the background, yeah? Like, for example, Saudi Arabia and Iran. Them two never used to agree with each other. But then one thing they understood was, okay, hold on a second. We've got the same common enemy. Not enemy, but the same foe. United States.
CT, so why don't
we all agree to disagree and shake hands?
What would happen if China gained control of the north? It's only 2 choke points in the Suez Canal. What would happen if China gained control of the north point?
You're changing the topic, Mr. CT.
No, I want to because he's me and him. I just want to hear this.
See, the thing is, China is already doing that without the need to control waterways and water passages. Yeah. The way they're doing that is quite simple. They currently hold the largest U.S. government bonds. If they dump, I don't know how much they have, say 80 billion or 80, I don't know how much it is, but if they dumped all the U.S. bonds that they're currently holding, that would reduce the power of the U.S. dollar. 1, 2. 80% of the world's manufacturing occurs in China. China and Russia right now are best of friends. 2 superpowers are friends, and now they've got Africa, as their as their friendly countries. You see, the US forgot about Africa. Just thought about let's give them aid. Nothing about structural development.
Yeah.
Society development. Why is it that China and Russia seem to have a good time developing Africa?
But they have a common enemy too, America.
Because they want to place African countries in debt, so in 50, 60 years they can lay claim to the territory. Mr. S, give me 1 second, real quick. Cal, just what's like up? 777, what's up? 777, what do you want to add to the topic, real quick? Mr. S, give me 1 second. 777, what do you want to add to the topic?
Listen, Mr. S, let me ask you a question. What's the GDP of the United States? Don't Google it. Don't Google it.
Yeah, I know this already. It's called
debt. No. Just give me an answer.
It's called debt.
I said the GDP. What's the GDP, sir?
Debt.
Okay, listen. I don't know. All right, that's enough. All right, that's it. No, this isn't. I'm not talking.
It's
debt.
Right.
I'm not talking to you. All right, that's
GDP,
enough.
what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do you mean that the money that the country is making?
Ask me, what do I mean by the GDP?
What is America making now? Anyway,
sir, tell him to be quiet. Why does he get to interrupt me, CT? Why does he get to interrupt me now? But I can't interrupt him. Why? Thank you. So here we go. He's saying that, and hello everybody. Let me first let me stop by saying hello, Smitty, Amira, CT, and Kale. How are you? And Mr. S. Thank you very much. The GDP of the United States is higher than China's. If China was taking over, okay, their GDP would say that. That would mean, that China makes more money than us, sir. They don't make more money than us.
Hey guys, listen. The geopolitical conversation was just something that was just real, like quick. guys, let's get back to the main topic. We were talking about cultural appropriation and gender appropriation. Let's get back
Let's
to the
seven
topic.
rock out, CP. Don't. Let's rock out.
Let me say one last thing.
Enough. People in the chat don't even know what the hell we're talking about. We're mentioning things that people don't know. Choke points, Malacca Strait, Taiwan Strait. Most people don't even. Most Americans, for damn sure, don't even. I know, and that's why I want to. That's why I shouldn't even talk about it. 777, what say you about cultural and gender appropriation, sir?
Okay, so I can't finish my statement.
No, I shouldn't even brought it.
So this dummy can keep going about how China's ahead of the U.S., but I can't. I can't give any kickback.
CT does have a point.
I can't stick up for my country. That's the ruler of the world.
Make it real quick. Make it 1 minute. I'm
gonna make it 1 minute. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, CT. Be fair. Make it fair. Thank you, CT.
Respectfully, hang on. Make it fair. Behind your banner, CT, is an American flag. Not that picture, the banner for your show. Correct?
Okay.
It's not a Chinese flag, is it?
No.
So why would you let this young man, no matter what his race or nationality is, why would you let him tell lies on your platform when you sir, you're a capitalist, correct?
Yes.
You're painting a false narrative by letting this young man tell lies on your platform. And I can't go for it. I can't accept it. A man lying about my country. All right.
I think it's unfair. It's quite unfair to shame.
Don't interrupt, sir. There's new rules to this platform. You can't interrupt anymore, sir. Your nonsense will not be tolerated. This nonsense will not be tolerated on CT's platform anymore, sir.
Who are you?
Have some respect for the platform. Who am I? I own 30% of this company.
Hold on. It's starting to sound like ape stuff now.
Because he's a monkey. He won't stop interrupting me.
He's not a monkey.
He's a monkey interrupting me.
Come on, 777. What say you about the main topic, man? I gave you in a minute. What say you about the main topic?
I just came in. I wanted to speak my piece and say hello to everyone. I was listening to lies, so I decided to hit the link. Now, what's your opinion on it, sir? My mic is muted, and
Amir have been talking about cultural and gender appropriation for an hour and a half. We just literally got on the geopolitical conversation because we were talking about the failure of our society that we can see with our own eyes because of gender appropriation and woke culture. And it got on to topics of China now being a superpower. Then me and Mr. S went into a complex conversation about geopolitical politics that led to you coming up here trying to challenge them. But let's just get back to the main topic, sir. What do you think about gender appropriation? Do you think that our society is collapsing because grown men want to wear dresses, sir?
Can I lead into your question that you asked me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. First, I don't think China is a superpower.
Get you the fuck up out of here.
Give me a second.
I can't take it anymore, man.
Can I say about gender stuff?
Yeah, we'll say you about gender.
Well, brother. I went to London the other day to visit the US Embassy because Bristol to London, London to Bristol, yeah? The amount of men in dresses that I saw, I know it's Pride Month, and guess what, CT, I can send you this photo. The US Embassy has 2 flags raised all over the place. Can you guess what those flags are? Do you think it's the Union Jack? It's the Pride flag. So where the Star Spangled Banner is flying, underneath it is a pride flag on every single post. Inside the building, it's next to it. So you have the Declaration of Independence, a quote from Robert F. Kennedy, and a rainbow. So it is everywhere, on the outside, on the inside. And it's the same in London, but we got them triangle ones, you know, the magical triangle ones with a circle on it now. So they've taken down the Union Jacks, they're putting up pride flags, but the US Embassy itself has it. And the amount of men in dresses I saw on the way back to Bristol, there was a girl with a better mustache than me, younger than me. Her mustache was way better. And you can tell it's done by hormones, it's not natural. And it's depressing because none of them were older than me. I'm 22 years old. These are children, clearly on estrogen, wearing dresses. One was with their family. So one was with their family, mum's there, brother's there, and it's just long hair, spotty, in a dress. And like, all the power to people doing what they want to do, but it's depressing how much I saw of it. There was like 10% of the people I saw were either in a dress or it was girls with mustaches. And the US Embassy flying the pride flag, I think it's almost like we're being invaded. You know, like let's say a certain place, maybe old Russia or old Germany, starts invading with tanks. Their flags is suddenly everywhere. That's exactly how it is in June in London. In Bristol, it's not as bad, but in London, it was disgusting. Like I can happily say that. And when was this? This was on the 20th of June.
Cal, you mentioned it's almost like you're being invaded. Me and Amir talked about that earlier. Could you go into a more elaborate detail, which I know you can, about why do you feel like you're being invaded in terms of institutions, in terms of things of that magnitude? Go ahead.
Well, there's a street in London where there's constantly Union Jacks like the one behind me dangling down, and there's a viral video of which I reposted it because I thought it was very important to share, of them taking down the Union Jacks, just chucking them on the floor. And the guy says, I won't swear on your show, but the guy says, you're taking the wrong effing flag down, mate. And he goes, yeah, you think I don't know that? And he just chucks the Union Jack on the floor. So he's getting paid to chuck our flag on the floor like it's nothing and raise these magical triangle rainbows, if you know that circle in the middle. I don't know what the triangle stands for. And then I went past loads of embassies, say, you know, Colombia, Ecuador, all these mad embassies. Only the US embassy that I saw anyway had the rainbow flag. And it every June, it's as if like our flag doesn't matter. If you are against it, you're like, yo, I don't think there should be rainbow flags here. People attack you. They're like, well, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, you hate people. And it's like, well, I may have an opinion. I've said nothing other than why is this flag suddenly everywhere? You can't dare question it. It's almost like you'll get sent to the gulag if you dare question the thing.
Yeah.
Obviously you don't, but you know, hate crime, hate speech. We have free speech, but hate speech. It's weird. It's horrible. And it's only recently this has happened. Like in 2016, this wasn't happening. Less than 10 years ago, this wasn't happening. And
what's the time limit on the show?
777. I gotta implement the rule for me. 777. It's $10 to come back. 777. If anybody wants to pay for the 777 rule, I told you guys the other day, stop cutting people off. I gave warning after warning after warning after warning.
Am I taking too long?
You're fine, Cal. You're fine. Nobody could have cut you off. No,
I just want to chat, bro. I don't want to take the mic. But no, yeah, the rainbow flags everywhere. It's like celebrate Pride, Pride Month, Pride this. What is there to be prideful of? Like, respectfully, what is there to be prideful of? If you go to university...
Mr. Ash, you're out of here too, man. I got to start doing the rule.
If you go to say Oxford University, it's basically like
to get back to Mr. Ash. Go ahead.
It's like Harvard and Yale in UK, Oxford University, maybe Eton. If you go there and you're gay, your parents aren't going to say, "Oh yeah, my kid's at this university. By the way, don't you know he loves men?" Like there's nothing to be prideful of. Your parents aren't going to be like prideful of you for being on that spectrum. But they're going to be prideful of you for your achievements. So, like, it's not an achievement to say, yeah, I'm non-binary, yeah, I'm gay. That's nothing.
Where do you think the UK will be at in 20 years with gender appropriation? With what gender appropriation has been doing? What do you think the UK will be?
We'll be in a weird standstill between Muslims despising the LGBT and the government forcing LGBT down our throats. Because we want to import loads of people of a certain culture who don't want to abide by our culture, and we don't even want to abide by our culture. We're a Christian country. The majority of religious people, like, there's a package being sent out to help religious people, and I believe it's like 45 or 55% of the package goes to Muslims, and the rest to like all the other faiths. And we got Hindus, we got Sikhs, the lot. So we're a Christian country. We're shutting down churches. The Muslims don't like LGBT. Obviously, Christianity isn't pro-LGBT. But our government is like, yeah, rainbow flags, yeah, pride, yeah, let's go on a march, let's wave a banner, yeah, give it to the kids. The ex-Scottish First Minister got sent out for losing funds, and also because she wanted men in female prisons if they were transgender.
Yeah.
And she wanted 13-year-olds to be able to defy their parents' consent, go to a doctor and be like, I want reaffirming surgery, I want hormones. And the doctor has to say, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're 13, your parents haven't said anything, but you know, the Scottish government, yeah, of course. Here's a bunch of hormones. Oh, do you want your tits cut off? Like, it's just disgusting. But you also have the religious demographic who are going to be against it. So it's going to be like a civil war.
Passion. Let me read the super chat real quick. Amir, did you want to say anything
what he was saying, like, is exactly what I was saying, that we are in a war, and they use terms like ally. I don't know if you heard that, Cal. They use terms like, they have allies who are on their side and so on. It is a war, and you were right about the whole putting up the flags. The first thing Hafez is in the chat, and he brought up a good point. He said the first thing when they're invading another country, the first thing they do is take down that country's flag and put up their own. So
Passion with the $5 super chat says we were supposed to address the men, not to add dresses to the men. Who keeps misunderstanding them? Cal, do you think that there's going to be a strong push for men to have gay butt sex? And in terms of like with the media?
Well, it's not cool to be straight. It's not cool to be religious anymore. To be rebellious is to follow a religion. To be rebellious is to want a nuclear family now. Whereas that used to be the norm. It was rebellious to, be a punk rocker. Oh, F the system. Oh, I'm into the same sex. That was rebellious. And now it's rebellious to be part of a religion and to want a nuclear family. Like, I'll be honest now. I went to the US Embassy because I'm working in America for 3 months. I've told you this. Don't say the place. But I was reading my Bible there, and I put it on Facebook, and I had 2 people attack me for reading a Bible at the US Embassy. They said you shouldn't be doing that. It's Pride Month. They said it's our month. It's Pride Month. And I said, I'm just reading a Bible.
Passion has paid for 777 to come back. 777, I'm gonna mute you. If you unmute and talk, I'm kicking you out again because you're getting out of hand now. And Mr. S, same thing for you. If somebody pays for you to come back, you can definitely come back. Fez, what's going on, man? If you can get on camera, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I would love to, but right now it's extremely difficult for me. I'm so sorry. So I apologize ahead of time for no camera. But that is kind of like a camera. I'm simulating a camera, if you will. But good evening, everyone.
Yep.
Hi.
Fez, you are in. What's up, Gway? You are in the UK. What is your take on cultural appropriation or gender appropriation?
Actually, yeah, I agree with Cal, who described London effectively is kind of almost akin to the 1930s Germany, Berlin, with all the flags. If you go down Oxford Street, there's memes of it all over Twitter. It's just, and I put it in text. Any invading army that takes over a country, the first thing they do is take down the flag. In fact, even the Americans, when they went to Baghdad in the early 2000s, they took down the Iraqi flag and were putting up. They were in the process of putting up an American flag. These were American GIs. But I think somewhere along the way, or either the same day or later on that day, they actually were told, no, take the American flag down. We're not conquering these people. We're just here to liberate them.
Right.
So they changed it to the Iraqi flag again. But of course, that's the age-old symbol. Men have died holding up the flag. There were flag bearers at when there were wars where swords and shields came together. There were individuals who were flag bearers that would literally die holding the flag up to make sure that the flag never touched the ground. Nowadays, we treat the national flags of America and Britain like dirt. And I'll be honest, this has come over a long time. And I think the first... Paper. Sorry, yeah, I mean, it's not... Yeah, it's not just that. It's when they made flags into clothing was one of the first desecrations that nobody noticed or nobody made any kind of comment about. You're not supposed to make your flag, your national flag, into items of clothing, underwear, and boxer shorts and ridiculous things like that. These are desecrations of the flag. Most people don't even seem to bat an eyelid at that. But that is a desecration of your flag to have your crutch sitting in between your flag. That's not how it's supposed to be. You don't see Saudis do it. You don't see anyone else do it. You don't see Chinese boxers wearing or models wearing Chinese flags as clothing.
The thing about the Saudi flag is because the Saudi flag has the shahada on it, so it can't really
exactly. But what I mean is, it's not, even if it didn't, they wouldn't allow you to do these things. Most countries will not allow you to desecrate the flag by making it into clothing or tableware or curtains or any of these things. These were introduced into these societies a long time ago, and I now will say insidiously, not accidentally, not some people just started. No, these were orchestrated. There's a lot of things that I've begun to notice that in most situations I would have passed them by as, oh, it's a coincidence, it's an accident. I am now beginning to recognize these things were introduced slowly and with forethought behind it.
Do you feel as though, FS, this is the greatest conquering campaign or campaign of conquering in the history of mankind, where the people didn't have to fire a bullet or use a sword?
It's the greatest way to win a war without firing a shot. What better way to win a war than to never fire a shot and conquer the people from within? Now, don't get me wrong. There's a compilation of things that have come together. There's a clip that I recently have played in other streams. It's called "The End of Empires," and if anyone go and look at any documentaries or books or anything that was written on end of the Roman Empire, you will see parallels with the United States, with the United Kingdom, and the end of their empires. You will see it describes the 6 ages of an empire. I'll be honest, I've got to go off the top of my head on this, but there's the age of exploration, then there's the age of conquest, and there's a few other ages, and then it comes down to the age of decadence, which is the final phase of an empire before it dies. And in the age of decadence, the people are over reliant on the state. They pretty much live from the state providing for them. They become they indulge in all the decadence of gluttony and pride and envy, and they also engage in sex. Becomes an incredibly important thing at that point in that society. And now I'm not saying sex in the sense of just copulation or fornication, but also gender identity as well. Sexual concepts are dominating. If you look at the headlines of modern society right now, children transitioning or adults going into female bathrooms or male sports personalities racing in female categories. All of this is all about sex. This is all sexual. The entire month of June is a month dedicated to sex.
Gay butt sex.
Well, this happens to be just homosexual sex, but it is sex. It is a month of sex. It's all about sexual debauchery. It's all about sexual indulgence, whether you're heterosexual or homosexual. Of course, the homosexuals indulge in everything. There is almost no limit to what they do. And I'll be honest, I'm actually starting a campaign myself on my own channel, which will be the month of Pride, which is June. I would like to make it the month of envy, because as a heterosexual, I don't nearly get enough sex as the homosexuals do. Thus, I will be flying the pride of envy, which is a green flag, because I am insanely jealous of the homosexuals and the amount of sex that they seem to get.
Thank you so much, Afaz. Smitty had a question. Smitty, what was your question? You're on mute, sir. Yep.
I'm clear, right?
Yeah, perfect. Yep.
Yeah, I had to reboot. All right. So my thing is this. All right. So this is basically to any and everybody. So do you find it degrading, or do you find it to be accepting that here in America right now, because I didn't know this, that there's not basically one cross up in the White House, but there are plenty of the colorful flags all around. So is that degrading or accepting? The fact that, we would
it's called tolerance.
Actually, it's tolerance. That schools now are not allowed to pray, but you can have a colorful flag in the classroom.
I would say degrading.
I'm just looking at all of that. That's basically it. I digress. My mic is muted.
What is your answer to this, Gway?
Degrading. That is very degrading. Because America was, when they came here, their motto was they were built on Christian principles, and it seemed like they had completely taking the Bible and anything to do with Christianity out of everything in America. And it's all about this agenda to push homosexual because it's an attack on masculinity. They're trying, the easy way for you to break down society is to destroy the men first. Once you destroy the men or get control of the men, it's easy for you to get control of the rest of society, because women are easy to be controlled. They just have to do certain things, and they will have them, doing exactly what they want them to do. But for men, because men are more logic thinkers, so for you to just get all of them, especially masculine men, for you to just get all of them to just be okay with certain immorality that's going on, or degeneracy that's running wild through society, they're not going to agree to that. So the easy way for you to do that is for you to weaken the men and get a hold of the rest of the society. And that's exactly what they are doing. If wherever who they decide to sleep with has nothing to do with the rest of the world, keep that in your bedroom. Why is it we have to know everything that they want to do sexually? We have to start pretending to be stupid, basically, because you say you are a man, you say you're a woman, but you're a biological man, and you want me now to come and call you or woman. So that's me joining in your delusion, because I'm not delusional. I don't have any mental illness, but you do. But now you're telling me, in order for you to feel better, I have to come and join your delusion. So what about my own feelings and what I think? With them, it doesn't matter. It's all about what they want and what they think people should follow and do. And they're trying to destroy people's children, because you will not have a next generation if you destroy the kids. So that's why you see kids are mutilating themselves. You see kids are just cutting off breasts and cutting off private part, because this is the easy way for you to be able to destroy the next generation and stuff like that. And it's just funny because especially the West, they used to be the champions going into Africa and some of these other Muslim countries, talking about mutilation is wrong. To see now is running rampant in Europe and America, in the West. It's just sad, because they used to go over there to give people asylum to come to America, because they said those things that they used to do, the chopping of the breast or the chopping of the private part, were mutilation, which was not good for people who live in those countries. But now it's good because they are the one doing it. So now they're justifying it and making it sound like this is okay for people to start doing to their children. In California, if your child want to go and start mutilating the body, and you, the parents, tell them anything other than that, your child can get taken away from you because it's considered child abuse. There's a lady right now in California that's going through that. Her kid was taken away from her because she told the kid that he was a boy and not a girl. And the social service came and took the kid out of the house. So this is not a good thing. This is just to destroy society. I think that, the men, the small group of masculine men that we have, I just hope they keep speaking up and standing up and pushing back against this narrative that they are pushing to us and our kids.
May I just quickly point two things out? Number one, CT, please check out Yuri Bezmenov on the internet. I don't know if you've already seen him. If not, you will.
Tell me about him.
Yeah, Yuri Bezmenov literally gives you the handbook of what the Soviet Union wanted to do in order to destroy the United States from within. And if you just listen to him, you'll see the parallels. The other thing is, I think Goyam, sorry, Galway, sorry, Galway. You said about mutilation. The thing is, there was a time when children used to self-harm because they were depressed, and they used to cut themselves, and the emos and all these characters used to do these things to themselves. Nowadays, they just call themselves trans, and they have the government and the schools do the self-harming for them. They've kind of legitimized effectively self-harm. These kids have essentially are telling the schools, I want to remove my breast, I want to remove my penis, and the school is going along with it. If this kid had come and said, look, I'm cutting my arm today 50 times a day because I'm depressed or because I've got other psychological issues, they would have all sorts of psychotherapies for this child. They would take him and try to stop him from cutting himself. But a child can come to you and say, I want to take off my breast, I want to take off my penis. Oh, sure, right this way, sir.
Right. And they're not telling the story of the ones that are detransitioning. Those are even way more rampant than they're not showing those stories. And
To Hafez's point, when he said, as soon as they say that, they're like, oh yes, come over here, right over here, sir. We'll escort you to the place of the cuttings and the sawings. The reason is, I believe, part of population control, and I believe it's an effort. The LGBT, the pushing of it is because these people do not reproduce. They're sterile. And then another thing about some vaccinations that we know are also promoting sterile. Okay.
Yes.
And then
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
No. I apologize. So you got me so amp on that one, Amir, because I literally just said that, I believe, like a stream or two ago. I was speaking about how I believe that the powers that be, if you want to say, rabbit fingers, that they push this agenda so hard, and especially on the children. Why? Because they're the generation to come and beyond. And they push it so hard because it's the best way to control population. I 1000% agree. That's all. So yeah, respect.
Can I mention something that happened in the southeast of England here? Recent event.
Yeah.
They're letting children in the UK be cats in the classroom. And there's a recording that these children recorded of their teacher, and the teacher's degrading them, insulting their parents, because the kid simply said, if you think you're an animal, you're clearly unwell, you should be in an asylum. And the teacher says, that's really disrespectful. There's 3 sexes and hundreds of genders. Now, well, my parents would say the same thing. They go, well, that's really sad. Your parents are wrong. Like, this is the kind of stuff that goes on in the classroom. So because a girl said, I'm a cat, they let them lie down in the classroom and everything. Like, they reply with meows. Like, it sounds like a sketch. It's real in England. And so these kids said, oh, she's clearly not a cat. She needs help. And the teacher just goes fully degrading them. It's on Turning Point UK's Twitter and everything. Everything like that.
Yes, Catherine is absolutely right. I researched this one time. Just remember, in the 1920s here in America was a crazy liberal time. The first generation American is right around the corner, and they are conservative. Yes, in the 1920s they call it the roaring. I can't say it right. Roaring 20s, I believe. And you had a lot of debauchery back then. But then when the blank hit the fan, the economy failed, the Great Depression, people all of a sudden became conservative overnight. 777, what's up, man?
Oh, I can talk now?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Hey, am I allowed to talk in this place or what?
I just said yes, you can talk. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to interrupt like everybody else did. You know what I mean? But they didn't get kicked off. There's no rule.
No, they didn't get kicked off because they timed it right, sir. The person was done with.
So I gotta wait. You know what a communist is? Let me tell you what a communist is. A communist is somebody that tells you like how to wake up, how to talk, how to dress, how to be, how to breathe. Are you a communist, sir?
Don't ever call me no damn commie, you son of a bitch. Where I'm from, those are fighting words. Who the fuck? Sir, you're lucky this is the internet. You call the wrong American a communist, you get your teeth knocked down your throat. Don't you call me no goddamn communist ever again in your life, boy. Hold on. Mr. S. Go ahead, Mr. S.
Look, I have to go. I'm going to keep it very short and brief. Why are we giving airtime to the gays and to these people? Part of the Pride community. Why are we giving them airtime? We already know the churches are finished. We already know the West is finished. We know, and they were the nail on the head. They were the nail on the coffin. Yeah? Mm-hmm. These people, innit? I'm with Cal. Cal, he pointed this out to you guys about how your country's flag is flying, and under it, what was it? There was a pride flag.
Yeah.
And you
This
guys
is
are,
what I do.
wow. I'm not gonna lie to me. Look, I believe in rule Britannia. I respect this country's laws and its governance. I'm not gonna lie to you. If someone
This
pulls down
audio
the
is
Union
bad.
Jack,
I can't. The
if someone
audio is
pulls down
bad.
the
I'm
Union
sorry.
Jack, it's got a problem with me. Innit? It's that simple. It's that simple. Why? Because this country here is giving me home, is giving me a livelihood, is giving me the ability to to participate in the capitalist economy, you know, without any duress, without any problems, without any complications, and without any corruption.
Go ahead.
The US, if you guys had to pick which one is better, I would pick the UK. If you had to pick between the US and the UK, because there's certain things in this country it wouldn't fly. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. I was
I live in the UK
going
too.
I was going to Brixton earlier on, right? And I was on the train and I saw this guy just staring at an advertising thing on the top of the train, right? Like inside, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. I'm gonna cut you off real quick. Gway, was that 10 to bring back 777, or was that 10 just for the house? Gway, you're on mute.
Oh, that was just a super chat. That was just for I said great show.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. S. My fault. Money talks.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Mr. S, because you go ahead.
I was sorry.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyhow, look. You guys need to be more patriotic. You guys need to love the flag, the American flag.
That's and you're just talking about, and you're obviously talking about for people who are not on the panel. You're talking about just for overall Americans, right?
Yes.
To be more
yes.
patriotic. Okay.
Do you, brother S, do you know what happens? Like,
I'm sorry, Smitty. Smitty, I hate to do that. I was talking, cut me off. Sorry, Smitty. The 777 rule. I was still talking. I couldn't even finish my statement. I'm sorry. $10 to bring back Smitty, guys, and 777. Sorry. Go ahead. See, I lost my train of thought now. That's why you shouldn't cut people off. Okay.
About the flag, about the Americans being patriotic.
Yeah.
Yes, Americans need to be more patriotic. It's funny how like you have immigrants here in the UK, like myself, who
Amir, you know you could cut off anybody, Amir. You're the co-host, so yeah.
If like say if there was a national call-up, yeah, if His Majesty's Armed Forces said, "Oh, anyone who's got a British passport needs to sign up to their nearest reserve center or the nearest regiment center, whatnot," I'll be the first one to get up. I'll be the first one to go. We can't really say that about, say, the immigrants in America. No, most of them. I know for a fact, me and Hafez, I know for a fact, me and Hafez, if there was like a national call-up, I'll go, and I know Hafez will go. Because you have to understand, when a country does so much for you, like you have this deep sense of love, you know, like deep sense of appreciation. Like the country has done so much for me, and all I've done is just pay taxes. Do you understand? The Americans don't share that about America. Americans don't share that about the American system. It's each to their own. Everyone let everyone be alone. And then when I come on, when I talk my spiel, you guys get irate and started calling me terrorist and all that. But today, you had Kyle here come up and show you the evidence, show you the American flag being waved, and underneath it, you guys have the sodomite flag, and no one is saying anything. Look at that. Why is no American getting vexed about that? I swear they're American citizens in this country, in the UK. Why didn't they climb up the pole and pull that off? Thank you.
At least they put the American flag above the pride flag. In the UK, in Oxford Street, they literally take out all the Union. I was told that the Union Jack isn't actually it's called the Union flag. The Union Jack is the flag that is on the Queen's ships. That's the Union Jack. But anyway, it's I was schooled on this by someone. Apparently, the flag that we have is the Union flag. Well, anyway, the British flag, they take them down. They don't even have them up. They replace them with the pride flag. So it's not even like second.
Hafez, we are right next to you, because in America, did you hear about the White House? They had the gay flag right in center, front and center,
Right.
and the American flags on the side.
Yeah. So I mean, what they literally put the pride flag prominent front and center to the American flag, and on the White House of all places. Who are you being conquered by? Look around you and see who you're being conquered by. They say those you cannot criticize are the ones who rule you.
I would like to make a statement real quick. Abdul, I don't think it would be in your best interest to call in today or tomorrow. I might need 48 hours until I speak to you again, you son of a bitch. Abdul says CT bowing down to a Muslim because he knows he's a real man. Sir, I don't bow to
He
any
said he
man.
knows real men. He said.
Because he knows real men. I don't bow down to any man, sir. Don't call in for 2 days, man. I might black out on you. Muslim, Christian, atheist or not. Watch what you chat, boy. Don't call in, Abdul. Thank you for your super chat earlier. How dare you say that to me? I rock with Muslims. I like a lot of their customs and beliefs, but I don't bow to anybody. Salute to you, man.
Well said.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cal.
I want to say, if regarding the embassy, why no one argued about the flag is because at the embassy you're going there for a visa, and I guess it's the fear of being denied entry after paying a fee.
Give me 1 second, real quick. I'm sorry, LaShawn.
Okay.
Right? Thank you for your Cash App. Please write in the chat. Was that just for the house, or did you want to bring back 777 or Smitty? Smitty's out in the back. I'm pretty sure he's listening, but I don't know what that 10 Cash App was for. But if it was for the house, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it's because of the fear of being rejected a visa when you've paid a fee to, go there. Because why I'm doing it is a J1 visa, which is to work. So I didn't want to risk a summer of work for that. I do want to show you this. I won't play any sound for it, but this is the clip I re-uploaded. If you want to highlight my thing, this is literally what it's like in London. So there's the pride flag, the Union Jack. And what happens is they're literally, what the guy says is you're taking the wrong effing flag down. They're pulling down the Union Jacks and they chuck them to the ground like they're nothing to replace them with that triangle pride flag. So that's what they do to our flag. So at least I understand this isn't at least the US is on top. It shouldn't be there in the first place. We're Christian countries abide by the values, and this is the whole invasion part. Pride is not a country. Being gay is not a country. Being trans is not a country. And one last thing I want to input. Ellen Page, whose most famous movie is Juno, of being a pregnant girl. She's all over the UK right now going on talk shows talking her truth about cutting off her breasts and being a man called Elliot when she's not. And I think what these celebrities do is actually recruit young people into becoming trans. I think there's some sort of big thing behind it. Call me conspiratorial. I think these celebrities almost, I don't want to say get paid, but yeah, they probably get paid to turn trans, promote it, because what do they gain from it? I know that a lot of celebrities are mentally ill from drugs and whatnot, but being a female, your most popular movie is being a pregnant girl, you cut off your tits, now you're called Elliot, wow, look at me, I'm a man. Go on all the UK talk shows and everything. It's like recruitment. They were trying to recruit people.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hafez. You did.
All I was going to say is, in any other century, in another time period in our lives, Ellen Page would be getting therapy. She would be seeing doctors because she clearly has a lot going on up there that's wrong. So that's why it's just ridiculous. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, CT.
Is there so I don't, I'm a dumb old American. I don't know anything about the royal family or the UK. Is there any royal that is promoting gay butt sex right now in the UK?
I think Prince Harry's kind of all about that, but he's in California.
I wouldn't think so. No.
Okay.
I want to ask a question too to the panel, if you guys don't mind. My question to you all is homophobia real?
Well, I think I'll take this one, Amira. Well, let me just say first and foremost, thank you for whoever just paid to get me up here. I appreciate you.
It was actually LaShawn.
LaShawn. Thank you, LaShawn. My brother. Thank you, LaShawn. Yeah. The CT channel appreciates it. So I just want to say, you said what's the question again? Is homosexuality real?
No, homophobia. That's what Amir asked.
Homophobia. You know what I think about this? Let respect to everybody on the panel. Let a real man give this answer, though. So I think we put too much time and energy into talking about, the homosexuality group, whatever you want to call it. I think we've spent too much time giving these people any respect. Who cares where their flag is? What are they going to do to us, right? Sure, they might make some weak-minded men change and conform, but why are we talking about these homosexuals and maybe lesbians are okay with me in my book, but why are we talking about
only if they're cute, right?
Yeah, not butches, respectfully. But lesbians are okay for the record. But why do we give them so much attention? It almost makes me question, are these men who constantly keep bringing them up? I'm not going to say anybody's names. Are these men who keep bringing them up? Maybe they want to lay down with the man at some point. Maybe they're like, what is it when you're so hateful, full of, against gays that you're like secretly, it's like the American Beauty movie, the Marine across the street. He was like, I don't like that type of behavior, but he kissed a man. He really wanted it. Maybe these men who are so against it really want to lay down with the,
Well, if I talk about it a lot, 777.
Sure, Amira, go ahead, cut me off. That's fine.
Does that mean that I'm interested? I'm asking you,
I think. Okay, so I said men, Amira. You're a female. Females like to talk. Hang on, I'm sorry. I wasn't. Just 1 second. Sorry. Respectfully, thank you. Please don't cut me off. Respectfully, I think, like I said men bring it up. Now, a woman just likes to talk. Women just like to argue, allegedly, and get catty and bitter. They're going to talk about anything because they just want to argue and go back and forth. I'm saying men that talk about homosexuality that are so-called straight have no real business talking about that lifestyle. We play football. We fight. We drink beer. We do stuff that's rugged. We don't need to be talking about, laying down in some man's, booty, respectfully.
Respectfully, Mr.
No, let me finish, matter of fact, because I've waited patiently for this. The gay, can I say gay or no?
Yes, you can say gay.
The gay flag, listen, the gay flag is not going to jump off a flagpole and choke you. It's not going to attack you. If you got so much to say about it, why don't you yank it?
777, I got to ask you a question real quick. I got to ask you a question.
What's
Assuming that the gay flag could get off of a pole and choke you, what would it say while it's running towards you to choke you, the flag? What would it say? And how would it say it? Go ahead.
Absolutely. I would love to do this. So, get over here. You want to talk about me, you little punk? That's exactly what it would say, because it sounds like it would talk like, get over here. Kind of like a 12-year-old child that's upset.
What would the British flag sound like?
Oh, hey, mate, why don't you come over here and we'll have a nice talk real quick and we'll try to figure things out, mate.
Now, what would the
Are you taking a piss?
What would the American flag say?
Hey, why don't you go ahead and go get me another 18 pack? I'm gonna go ahead and sit on this porch, have myself a nice cigarette.
Okay, last but not least, what would the Saudi Arabian flag say?
Be easy here. Be easy here.
Trying to set me up.
Be easy here. I'm telling you right now, little boy.
Mr. S, please, just sit down and relax. The Saudi Arabia flag.
I'm telling you, 777. Be easy
it would
here.
say this. No. Wait. Shh, please respect. Stop. Kick him off for interrupting me, CT. CT, kick him off for interrupting me. Kick him off for interrupting.
He did interrupt him.
Go ahead, boot him.
I gotta get you up out of here.
Gotta get you up out of here.
So you gotta. It's the $10 fee to bring
Thank
him back.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You did
All
interrupt.
rules apply, right? These
I was
rules
too busy
apply.
laughing. Yeah, but he did interrupt you. Go
These
ahead.
rules apply to everyone, respectfully.
Well,
Let's
really,
keep-
it's discretionary for panelists that cut each other off. I could just,
Okay.
But if you cut me off, other than the host, which is Amir,
Well,
then
let me finish.
All right,
But
so
I
what
was
the Saudi
yeah,
Arabian
let me
flag?
finish. So, Mr. S, this one is especially to you, sir. And please, Muslims on the panel, please don't feel disrespected at all. Mr. S, this one is directed towards you. The Saudi Arabian flag would say, and this is to Mr. S, La Hazubi. Thank you.
What the hell is La Hazubi?
Maybe Amira or Hafez could explain to you what I just said.
I don't think Hafez speaks Arabic because he speaks.
Yeah, I speak Farsi, Persian.
Farsi,
I'm sorry.
Maybe,
I do know what he kind of said though, but it's okay. I let Amira maybe explain. She's obviously more fluent.
It's vulgar. He's just basically saying to do something that gay people do in the mouth, on the penis.
Okay.
I said it in Arabic. It's not. I didn't swear on your show.
He said suck an aubergine.
You got the floor, 777. Go ahead, man.
Respectfully, I've watched this channel grow, and I'm really offended by the scumbags that come on and they try to change the narrative here. It's not about the gay pride and wearing dresses. First of all, when I walk down my street, and I'm sure CTU would say the same, we don't see men wearing dresses, right? Let's keep it real here.
No, I've said this over and over. I live in a liberal area, so I've seen I saw a dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. This dude had to be about 6'4", 6'5". This dude was in incredible shape, but he was a cross dresser. And I'm not gonna lie to you, he looked like he could fight. So I certainly wasn't staring and making jokes, and other people weren't either. And that's another danger in that community. Can you imagine getting your blank beat by a transgender woman? It's not really good for business.
Well, the thing about this is when you guys.
What happened, 777? Hello? Okay.
He got cut off.
Oh, okay, he got cut off.
No, he got cut off. Well, I was gonna say it's not a good look to get your rear end handed to you by a man wearing size 14 stilettos.
No, it's really not. Oh, wait a minute. I got it. Oh, the person doesn't want me to say their name, but Mr. S, you're back. You got your tab paid for. They said don't even say their name. Gway, you've been quiet for a long time. Are you a Christian, Gray?
Yeah.
I mean, Gway.
Yeah.
Amir. Oh,
keep bringing it up, and I know Kelly.
Do you believe that America is the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yes. Yes, and I think
even worse than third world African countries. I'm not saying that African countries are Sodom and Gomorrah.
In terms of what? Like in terms of
morality. You get what I'm saying? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please
because
explain. Go ahead.
I would say yes because when you start to corrupt or the mind of the young kids, especially kids, that's the part that is like so sad because adults can make decisions for themselves, but kids can. And because these people cannot have kids of their own because of the lifestyle that they are engaged in, so they want to use other people's kids. And the bottom line of them trying to push this stuff on kids is that so that the end goal is to be able to sleep with young children in this country. That is what it's leading to. So when they send your child home with a book showing them how to hold a penis and how to grab a breast, what does a 3-year-old need to know that for? So, so why are you sending them home with those kind of books? And then when the adult parent take the book and go read it in front of the school board, they're stopping the parent from reading the book because it's so derogatory. So I don't understand like how people can just sit down. It's not so much about talking about them, it's the fact that the end goal to this stuff is not good. And what they're trying to do is not going to be good in the long run.
Go
So
ahead.
you have to say things about it instead of just sitting down and thinking about being quiet. Everything is just going to go away, because it's not. It's gonna keep going. They don't have a limit of where they're gonna stop. They're gonna keep pushing to the farthest of how much degeneracy that they can do and damage the kids in this country. That is the end goal for them doing this stuff to people, children, because sending kids home with books that are so explicit is just wrong, you
Mm,
know. And I think that this is not going to end well for America if they don't change trajectory at all,
mm.
you know. And I
Um,
think more people
yeah,
need to speak out about it and
yeah,
stand against it. You know, just because somebody wants to say there's something, these people
yeah,
need to be in mental health place. They need to
yeah,
get the help that they need. And
yeah,
that's what we need to do instead of encouraging them to be more
yeah,
demented and more crazy.
yeah. You know, Amir actually wanted to do this topic, and I think it's a great topic to discuss both appropriations, cultural and gender. If a white boy is acting like a inner city black, urban, that doesn't that's nothing, right? I mean, it's kind of silly when you look at it, but they're not really bothering the overall society. You know, that's why I'm not really like cultural appropriation. I'm not bothered by it. Like Amir said, she was pretending to be a Puerto Rican when she was in high school. That's silly stuff, but it doesn't bother the greater society. But like I said, these people, Gway, have a man pretending to be a woman and dressing like one is a very dangerous creature, and it does bother the overall society. If that
Yes,
makes sense. Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah,
does. It destroys society.
yeah,
It just does. And somebody appropriation, cultural appropriation is done in everywhere you go.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
don't really consider that to be cultural
yeah,
appropriation. I just think people love other cultures or
yeah,
love some things about other cultures that they like, and they
yeah,
might want to, you know, dress like that or something. It's like admiration to the culture. You know, they're not doing anything disrespectful or
yeah,
anything like that. You know,
yeah,
blacks take or things from Asians take
yeah,
things from blacks, and it's just so
yeah.
that's not a big deal. That's not going to deteriorate society. But what they are doing is going to deteriorate, and they're trying to push this into Africa, and that's where the conflict is coming from. Because
Yeah.
in these countries in Africa, we don't tolerate this nonsense.
No.
There's nobody walking around with dress on or heels on or with makeup on or men holding hands in public and all of that nonsense. We're not
So
taking that.
so we could pretty much be rest assured that there's not a lot of gay butt sex
It's not
going on
going.
in
No,
Liberia.
I don't care
Okay.
how much you push it, because not only just the politician in the country, but the society of the people in the country is not going to accept that. That was one of the things when Ellen Johnson was president for
I remember
Liberia.
Ellen Johnson. Yeah, I remember her.
Obama wanted to take that over there to Liberia, and she told him, she said, "Mr. President, you know, as much as you think that this is human right, she said, this is against our culture. People are going to
Yeah.
die like yours. People start walking around with men holding hands and kissing in the street and all of that nonsense. It's not going to work, because not only are the people going to stand up against it, what the government going to do? Kill the entire country?
Yeah.
You know, so like,
Interesting.
yeah, so that's why it would not work over there, because the society is against it. It's not so much of the politician or the presidents or running the country. It's just it would never work in that society. That's not part of our culture at all. You know, I mean, they're part of Africa where these things are happening, but they're hiding. You know, they're not like walking around talking about Pride Day and all of that nonsense over there in Africa. It's not. So with the same thing, it will not work in the Middle East or in Muslim countries. It's the
No.
same thing. Or in Asia or anything like that. Like there's certain countries, these things will not work. And no matter how much they push it, it still is not going to be tolerated by the people that live in the country. Because you're not going to come here and damage our kids. That is not happening.
Watch your mouth, Abdul. Abdul says American males are soft as blank and the women run the house. So that is why it's so messed up here. Yeah, you could have a point, Abdul.
Yeah, that's true too. You know, the men are not the men in America are just going along to get along. That's what I said. Like a lot of them need to stand up and fight against this stuff. There's the weakening of men that's going on in America, and men are just sitting back and allowing this stuff to happen. And nobody's saying anything, nobody's standing up, nobody protesting, nobody doing anything because they've silenced men and trying to weaken them into agreeing with this. You will see men in the street talking about, oh, there is 10 genders or 20 genders or whatever nonsense that they got going on and talking about all of that. It's like, is something wrong with your brain cells?
Cal, you want to say something? What's up?
Over 100 genders, more like. Yeah. Infinite genders. Gender fluid. They change their gender depending on the weather. Depends what bracelet they're wearing. That's how crazy it is. That's all I wanted to say. So
can I just jump in on what Gawai said? The thing is, Gawai, unfortunately, if you look at the history of America, America wasn't like this. Americans, British people never tolerated these type of behaviors. Mere 50 years ago, mere 40, 50 years ago, these things were not, accepted in society. So when you say that this is not something that it's ever going to happen, I would be very cautious of those terms because this can happen to anyone. There's a certain series of events that need to take place, a certain level of affluence and comfort that your society has to come into, and then you will find these things emerging. It's actually, believe it or not, I know most people don't want to recognize it. It's happening in the Middle East. It is happening in those rich nations like the Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Saudis. It is undercover right now because of the overall religious sort of governance or the power of the religion that is currently exceedingly dominant in those regions. But once that they start chipping away at the religious aspect of it, and they start to effectively what I call Islam light, and they start to actually corrupt their own religion by quote unquote interpreting it, and that's what's going to happen. And in fact, you can see it happening with what's his name, the new prince and the things that he's introducing in Saudi Arabia. These things will creep in. It's not that it's suddenly, gay people didn't just jump out in the streets with pride flags wrapped around them in the 1950s and said, here we are, we're now going to walk around with crotchless trousers. No, it came about, oh, look at us, we're poor, we're downtrodden, we're the marginalized. You got to help us. You got to be fair. You got to be equal to us. That's how it came about. It came about because they said, all we want is just to be equal to everyone else. We just want to keep, we want to keep what we do in our bedroom. That was I was defending that. Whatever an adult wants to do in his own bedroom is up to them. It is none of our business. That was my defense of the homosexuals then. But that is no longer tolerant. That's not enough anymore. It's not enough to just have them do whatever they want in their bedroom. They now have to parade with ball gags and dog masks in the middle of central London with 4-year-old and 5-year-old children running around. They now have to come into your 8-year-old's classroom and tell them, if you feel any which way about not being a boy or a girl, then we can give you a direct, march you directly to the surgeon's office and have your bits cut off. That's how we didn't come to this place from, it didn't just happen overnight. It took decades, and it was a slow march to where we are. And if you don't think your society is somehow immune to this, I will warn you now, it is not. It will creep into every one of our societies if you let it.
Fast, give me 1 second. 777, your tab was paid for in the super chat. Again, the person does not want me to announce who they are. 777, what's up, man? Real quick, go ahead, bro. Because I know you're gonna get kicked off pretty soon because you can't help it. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course it was paid. I mean, the streets love me. I just like to. I want to double back on. Salute to everybody. The panel is amazing. Besides one person, besides Mr. S, and I really think Mr. S is a real loser. Like, I mean, a real quality
he able
class.
to respond to you afterwards?
After, yeah, I just don't want to be interrupted, or I'm going to get him out of here.
Mr. S, don't respond to him. Don't interrupt him, but wait till he responds.
It'll be short. It'll be short and sweet.
It could be a couple of minutes, man. It doesn't have to be short
All
and
right.
sweet. It could be.
I see Mr. S. Thank you, CT. Are you done, or? All right. I see Mr. S come on here. He's constantly talking about how bad America is. He's saying how terrible the country is. He's saying how great China is today. Mr. S, let me ask you a question, and don't answer me until I'm done talking, boy. If China is so good, why don't you take your dusty probably vagina having self? Why don't you go to China, sir? You know why? Because they don't want you. They don't want you anywhere near their country. You know why? Because you stink, sir, and you probably eat dog. You have no morals whatsoever. You probably live with your grandmother, sir. You're a loser. You're a bum. You smell like must. You have absolutely nothing going for you but to say some false narrative about America. You're probably on a list where you can't come here. Okay? And I'll just leave it at that. You're on a list where you can't come here, sir. You're a bum. You're a loser. Even Al-Qaeda wouldn't accept you, sir. You could kill 1,000 Americans. You wouldn't be accepted in your community, sir. Shame on you. Allah hates you, sir. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. S, would you like to respond to him? Go ahead, Mr. S.
Firstly, about the Saudi flag, it's not about someone sucking on nuts. Are you hearing me, boy? That's the first one. The second one is, see, I read your book without needing the book here. That means I've read your what type of balls you're holding right now. I can tell. You know what it is? The first one is arrogance. But there's good arrogance, and then there is bad arrogance. You have crappy arrogance. You think you know it all. I think you called yourself the European king. Was it yesterday's show or 2 days before? So if we compare me and you, I win totally. What did you call me? Was it a loser or stupid? You called me something. But it doesn't really matter because I'm very self-assured. I know what I do. Do you have to run payroll, or do you ever run payroll? 7. Now my question, I need answering. Do you run payroll? Have you ever run payroll?
Hold on for a second, guys. Amir, you have to go.
Yes, I have to go.
Thank you so much for coming through, Amir. You want to say anything before you leave?
I want to say that I'm happy to see that so many people are seeing the nonsense and they're not falling for it. I'm glad to see that the UK is still based. They still have people who are awake and watching what's happening and not accepting it. I am happy to see. I just wish that more of us stood up and did a little bit more action. Everybody in your own cities, just try a little bit, because if we just sit here talking about it on panels, it's not changing much. I mean, yeah, people can hear it and see what we see, but at the same time, seeing the problem is just half of the fight. So I hope that we can change what's going on. And thank you, Chaotic, for having me on.
Thank you so much, Amir, for coming through.
Good night.
Go ahead, Mr. S. Thank you so much, Amir. Go ahead. Mr. S, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said 777? Thank you.
No, Mr. S isn't done. Go ahead, Mr. S.
Talk to you. No, I'll be done when I've finished talking to 777. Is that okay, or do I need to give a long presidential statement?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, 777. Are you still here? Let's clear that fact first.
Mr. S?
If 777 is still here, I would like
He's
to
still
ask
here.
him. He's still here. So let's find out from 777 if he has or is running payroll. Does he have to run payroll to cover the wages of his staff? Yes or no? Oh, I got him there. You see, you have to understand, us men, we do these little things, these little
Are you done? Or
subconscious, you know, these little subconscious things. You see, if you're a man, if you're
are you
raised to be a
done?
masculine man,
Fatiza?
you
Are you
pick
done,
up on
Fatiza?
that. Why? Because let me finish. Because we are
Fatiza.
primates in our truest form.
La
You see,
Hazuli.
before the advent of technology and buildings and cars and roads and whatnot, we used to live in the outbacks, in the jungles, in the wild. So when we interacted with different clans, different men, other men, not from our social group, just that you'd have to pick out those little subconscious, tells. Now 777, I know he doesn't run payroll. I know, because he took a very deep breath. He don't run payroll. He's what you call a child stuck in an adult's body. A curious case of button. I'm done.
Okay. Yeah. You know, people like you. Let me just real quick. I'm not gonna. I listen. My job here, okay, is clear. All right.
Why did you offend the Saudis earlier on? Why did you
get him out of here?
Why did you say what you
get
said?
him out of here. He doesn't respect the show. He wants to interrupt all the time.
No, you guys are having you guys are having a conversation between.
All right, Mr. S. Well, here we go, Mr. S. Well, let me.
You're not.
No, you're not going to keep doing this. I'm going to start yelling at you. I'm going to start yelling at you like you're Habibti. So listen, whatever that. Listen, I'll smack you like your Yabas used to smack you. All right.
My third leg engages
your Yaba. Listen, I'll smack you like Yaba used to. Now shut your mouth and listen to what I'm saying real quick. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll learn something. All respect to Amira. Hang on. You're not going to. No, this is America, sir. This is an American show, sir. You sit down and shut up. Sit down and shut up, boy. Now listen, you asked me a question. You asked me a question. Let me answer your question. Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question, sir?
My eyes shut. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what Marines from my country did to your people. Because you like talking about 9/11 and you like saying these little snide remarks, right? But let me tell you what Marines did to your people, sir. And respect to Hafez and, Amira. But let me tell you what our Marines did to your people. Our Marines used to grab our belts, take them off our waist, and we used to wrap them around your necks, and we used to walk you like the goddamn Arab dogs that you are, boy. That's you, your ancestors, and whoever else wants some. Because when you come to America and you try to kill one of our innocent civilians, we don't do that. Listen, we don't deal with terrorism. You know how we deal with terrorism? We stick dildos in your mouth, boy. We'll smack you with the Quran. We will disrespect you like the dog that you are, boy. If you ever disrespect my country ever again, if you ever disrespect my country on this panel ever again, sir, I will cut your tongue out of your mouth. You are a dog, sir. I will pelt you until you yap like a dog, sir.
We used to plead.
I will pelt you. I will slap you with the belt. We used to take your women and have our way with her, okay?
But that was the past.
All respect to Amira. Hey, Amira, we used to take you and have our way with you back in Afghanistan.
We are... Right. That went away very quickly. Anyhow, here's the answer. Like I said, whilst he was yapping away like a chihuahua, the past is the past. We used to beg America. We used to plead to America for mercy. We used to, stick our hand out and ask for donations.
You're still asking for a donation, boy. We take your oil. You got nothing. You're living in a Saudi Arabian tent somewhere. You smell like dust and piss. You got nothing, boy. This is America. That's why you're on American panel. You know why? Because your people don't respect you. We had our way with you, or we'll put you in Guantanamo Bay and we'll beat the hell out of you, boy.
Right.
Mr. Seven.
And
I'm sorry,
Hafez, I know you're
just-
Arabic too, and if you got a problem, you can suck on one too, sir.
I don't think Hafez is Arabic. I don't think
Iran
and if Amira's got a problem, she can take this down too.
Iran have the verified nukes.
Mr. S, why ain't you married? You're an Arabi. Ain't you supposed to have an Arabi?
I just told you to stop.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just told you to stop mentioning America. So
no. Well, what I said, yeah. I got Abdul in the chat. Why is this Arab?
I'm gonna give you a warning for your vulgarity.
Well, let me apologize.
Go on your rant, but I told you watch your.
Well, let me apologize to Amira then.
You don't have to do that, sir. Just be careful, man. I'll tell you about the.
I just had enough. You know. Okay.
I'm gonna give you a warning for the vulgarity.
Right. Okay. I love Amira. You're right.
Sir, just go ahead. Go ahead. What you were talking about. Go ahead, man.
For real, I love Amira. I apologize. That got out of control. You know, I see this panel every day. I respect everybody up here. I may come up here and I may voice my opinion like everyone else does, but you guys don't have a 777 rule in effect. All right? I've been on this platform since before it was a platform. Now, anyways, enough about me. I'm sick of the Arabs. Now, give me a minute. I'm sick of the Arabs and the Muslims trying to tell me what to say, how to feel. First of all, Abdul, your $2 super chats do absolutely nothing for this channel. You can unsubscribe and kick rocks. Kick Arab rocks. Kick dust rocks, boy.
Kick sand.
Kick sand, boy. Thank you. Go kick a sand dune or something. Disrespectful to the panel. My friend Chaotic is American, first of all. So stop preaching with it. And shout out to all the Muslims in the building. But stop preaching all this. Hey, back in our country, man. Back in our land. Oh, and you made that little joke about 9/11. Let me tell you, sir. I'm from New York.
What did he say?
He made that.
How did Mr. S sound?
He made that. He made that little joke about 9/11 a couple months ago.
How did he sound?
Hey, man, you remember about what we did to you, man? Listen. Let me tell you, Mr. S, if you were ever in front of me and you made a joke about 9/11, I would put your teeth in your ass, sir. You would be eating from your ass, sir. I would knock you out so hard your teeth would go into your asshole, sir. You'd be on the floor. You could talk that Muslim, Arabi stuff wherever you want, but not in front of me. I will knock you unconscious. You ever make fun about 9/11 ever again.
Let me tell you something about.
Fly up on a plane, boy, and land down here. Look at this sick bastard. Now you got CT playing it.
Is it me that you're looking for?
You got CT playing it now, but you didn't have the heart to get on a plane and do anything. You know why? Because you sat your little 12-year-old, 10-year-old little Arabian body down somewhere, and you sat there snickering at the TV. yeah, but look what we did. We got him. You killed 2,000 innocent people, sucker. But we dragged your ancestors.
It was more than 2,000, but yeah,
about 2,000. Yeah, but look, Mr. Ass, go ahead, say a joke about it now. Say something now, punk. Say something now, punk.
Give you more rope.
Say something now, you little punk. You little coward.
You said big up to all the.
Smack your goddamn cookie off your head,
because after this panel, after you shut
shut up.
You need Muslims that will remember your voice, or is it because
you and Abdul?
Gagging on my
you and Abdul. Why don't you suck on a sausage?
Well, you sounded like you was gagging on my one, so
I bet your mother wants to suck some sausage right now.
Zippy, some zippy.
A Zuby? Huh?
Listen, you said
your mama like Zuby, boy.
But then when CT asked you about Saudi Arabian
making fun of 9/11 and terrorists.
What did you say in Arabic about the Saudi flag earlier on when CT asked you? Because I wasn't here to hear it.
Oh well, here let me tell you. I said in Arabic, why don't you go suck your daddy's dick, boy? That's what I said.
No.
Say it in Arabic. It's much more
behind your throat. Say it in Arabic.
La Hazubi.
Wait a minute. I 777. asked you.
Not a curse word.
No, I asked.
Not a curse word.
You not to be vulgar.
That's not a curse word.
But you said suck on. I'm about to get you by there for being vulgar. Okay, $10 to come back. It's just $10 to come back. Go ahead.
Unbelievable.
Go ahead, guys.
This comes from a European king, as he likes to call himself. But good news is, when he left sounding like he was in between my, taking that third leg. Anyhow, I just wanted to hear his Arabic words the Arabic words that he used earlier on, because it was very, very offensive. Not to me, but to a lot of us. I understand I am sometimes offensive. I get that. But my controversial views come from a good place. From it comes with good intentions. America was great before. Let's not go to the past and say our Marines did this and that. 2023 right now, you have China and Russia to deal with. Africa is on their side. The Middle East, they're on their side, the Chinese and the Russians. America needs to think, okay, these guys are ganging up against us. What should we do next? Not to still think that you are strong. I have nothing against the West. I mean, I love the UK. I have nothing against the West, but the UK, it's more, what's the word? Conservative, We don't really do like the Americans. Yes, so I finito. You guys can take it from here.
You mind if I
let me get Diogenes in real quick. He's been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Diogenes.
I just wanted to ask, actually, Mr. S, something. Now, you mentioned a lot about the patriotism being better in London, about the respect for the flag being better in London. Now, let me ask you, do you not see an inherent danger when patriotism turns into a blind fanaticism? When a country of, by, and for the people is no longer of those people, is no longer by those people, and is no longer for those people, do we still respect the flag even then? Does it mean anything or represent anything that it used to mean? When our schools tell our children that they are evil for being the wrong color, that they are evil for being the wrong gender, that they are evil for being the wrong sexuality, is there anything left in that country to love, to honor, or to protect? Is it patriotism to throw our own children, our own people, our own culture and heritage under the bus? Is there any love for what this country was in such an action?
The answer to that is very simple. Firstly, I don't live in America, so that's number one. Number two, the UK has found the perfect balance when mixed in with different cultures. When you have different cultures in the same pot, plus with the natives, the UK has found the balance. It's not only me that shares the love of the UK. You have Mr. Hafez, which I probably would guess that he's probably been in the UK for less than 10 years. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But he loves the UK. He's got the same love as much as me, But we don't live in the US. We don't have your problems. We can't say, no, forget the UK because they're bringing gay rights or, kids can change their gender. No. The UK, you see, there is the government in the UK, they represent the people. It's not a lost cause like in the US. Because over here, the population, because I vote in the UK, my mother votes, everyone votes. Why? Because we are very passionate about who we put in government, in parliament, So you guys' problem is the answer to your question. It's you guys. It's in America. It's not in the US. Not in the UK.
Well, I disagree largely with that. The UK really hasn't achieved so much of a balance as it has simply silenced, upon threat of police force, any of the native peoples who are living there, who disagree with the immigrant policies. It may be better for you than where you came from, but it is not better for the people who are there, who now have to be told that they do not belong in their own country and they have no country to which they may go.
100%.
Casey just paid the $10 to bring 777 back. All right, go ahead, guys.
Well, I think I should be allowed to go if I just got paid, to come on.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because you're gonna get kicked off anyway. So go ahead.
I'm not gonna get kicked off. All right. I said an abbreviation for the name Richard.
Go ahead, man. No, you didn't. Go ahead, man.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. S, I get it. You're up here. You're feeling comfortable. You're relaxed. You get to make my friend up here laugh here and there with your little, snide remarks. I just want to let it be known.
More than one.
I want to let it be known. Don't ever disrespect the innocent people that died on 9/11 ever again, all right? I'm sick and tired of it, first and foremost, okay?
Was that your phone?
It was your mother's phone.
I think that was your
Your
phone.
mother's over here in my bed. She's laying down reading the Quran, punk. What are you going to do about it? Your mother's reading the Quran in my bed naked with her legs up in the air. What are you going to do about it? Huh?
Downwards every
Huh?
time you make
What are you going to do about it?
What type of phone do you have?
What are you going to do about it, you punk? Your mother's reading the Quran on my bed over here. She's cleaning. She's making me Arabic tea. She's got some hot tea in the kitchen, punk.
It sounded like a J3. And I don't know about phones, but J3 are the...
Your mother's laying in my bed making me Arabic tea, punk.
Hummus.
Hummus and hummus. Some falafel.
Oh, you like
punk?
That? Oh, you love that.
Yeah, your mother's a wonderful cook, sir. You know that, so she left you for me. She don't take care of you no more because she left you for me, punk. I'm Clubber Lang. You know who Clubber Lang is, punk?
So, let's talk like men.
Let's talk like men.
Emotional.
Pansy.
Emotional.
Let's talk like men, you pansy little girl. You little Arabian girl. You probably look like a mirror.
Disagreements.
You look like a mirror. Put a wig on.
We found
Put a wig on you, punk.
See,
put a wig on. You're probably wearing panties, sir. You ain't no terrorist. You ain't no. Hey, you ain't tough. You ain't tough. I know somebody tough when I hear one, and you ain't that. You're a punk. You sit behind a little wall and you laugh when things get blown up, but you don't got the heart. Why don't you blow yourself up, you punk? If you got some heart, blow yourself up, you punk. You coward. Why don't you be a martyr? You think it's so funny? People being martyrs, blowing things up. If you think it's so cool to do it, why don't you do it then, you punk? You worthless human being. You got nothing going on, punk. Do it.
You send me your email address.
You're sitting in a hot dust. You do payroll? You do payroll, sir? You do payroll? Guess what, punk?
Your email address.
Guess what, punk?
So I could send you
blow
the invoice
yourself
for this
up.
Therapy session.
I got an invoice for you. Here. Come here, boy. Here, come take care of my invoice, punk, with your Arabian lips.
You have a boss to answer to.
You pansy.
You're the guy who clocks in and out. You're the guy who used the phone.
Why don't you ask around, sir? I haven't clocked in and out in about 5 years, you punk. You loser. You do payroll because your boss tells you to do it, boy. In America, we got human resources for that. Your boss tells you to do it, you punk.
Casey Mo, I hope you're getting your money's worth.
Anyhow, let's not talk about
hey, I got an idea. Anyhow, why don't you pay to kick me off the panel, Mr. S? You got so much money. Why don't you pay to kick me off the panel, you broke pansy?
We've had this conversation with, I think, what was his name? Was it Mr.
Hey!
No, it was an older guy.
Hey!
Oh, wow. I got this guy angry today.
Pay the money. You do payroll. Okay, you punk pansy. Put up or shut up. That's what we say in America, sir.
Contributed more.
Put up or shut up, sir. I've contributed more than you, sir. I've done this. You ain't got no money. You can't even put $10 up. Matter of fact, put $5 Cash App up. I'll leave for a week.
A couple of days ago, I was far away from...
Put a $5 PayPal out here. You bum. You dusty dust nothing having at nothing.
Are you finished?
Can't even eat, boy. You're probably you can't even create words in that brain of yours. You're so hungry. You can't even create words. I got Somalian friends that eat better than you, sir.
Is this the trash talk pre-fight.
They don't even. They barely eat. I got Somalian friends that eat better than you.
You're boring the audience.
You're
boring
broke.
the crowd.
You're a bum.
You are talking out of your.
You got $0 in your account. You do payroll.
You're talking
you
out
do payroll.
of your,
you need to put yourself on the payroll. You broke pansy bum having
you're
nothing.
Out of your companies, my friend. You know you might.
How you payroll? You ain't got no money, sir. You're doing payroll for free.
Yeah, I am doing payroll for free.
You're doing payroll for free. You ain't got no money. You can't even donate to the show. CT, have them donate. Jesus.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kale. I know you'd like to talk.
No, no. Go 7. Go ahead.
No, I've had enough then. Okay, then good. And no, real quick. And let me just be quiet and let Kale, because Kale actually supports the show. He donates to the show. And he has a lot of good thoughts. And he has a lot of good facts. But this man, Mr. S, has to go. And I'm saying this right now. I want to put up.
Why does you come all the way to London?
Sir. We're going to put up a poll. We're going to put up a poll, and we're going to have the chat decide. We're going to put up a poll, and we're going to have the chat decide. We got to get you out of here, sir. Star Voice.
I love boxing.
We're going to get you up out of here. We're going to get you up out of here, boy. We're going to get you up out of here. Now, let's put up a poll, CT, and let's see who the people want to stay. Because if he's staying, I got to go. If he's staying, I got to go. If he's staying, I got to get up out of here.
Go ahead, 777.
Because I don't belong here with punks like that.
Go ahead.
This is my country, sir.
I don't belong with,
this is my country. You're a guest on my panel, sir. I don't care if this is my channel or not. You're a guest on my panel. You're a guest on my panel.
You know why I don't sit in
this
economy?
Is my country, boy.
I actually pay for business class when I travel internationally.
I'll put a bomb on, strap it to my chest, and blow you up, punk. I'm the real martyr, sir. I'm the American martyr. You're getting kicked out of here for good.
You're a peasant.
I'm going to put money on your head right now, sir, in the chat.
You'll be replaced on Monday.
If you want Mr. S out of here, donate to the channel. Let's get him out of here. Because you're worthless, sir. You can't even afford to send my friend a PayPal. You're a bum. You live in your grandmother's tent. We're a dog. Even Arabians don't want you in the house. You come over to your relative's house, they ask you to stay outside with your shoes on. You punk.
HB says, ask 777, what would he do if he saw Mr. S in person?
Yeah, I'll bite your goddamn nose off, boy. I'll bite your nose off, have you breathing out of your ears, sir. I'm a rabid dog. I'm an American pit bull, sir.
You even talk, my friend.
I'll bite your goddamn nose off, sir. I'll bite your goddamn nose off, sir. You'll be breathing out of your ears.
My friend, forget Hollywood.
You'll be breathing out of the open hole in your face, sir. Don't you ever disrespect America. Don't you ever make fun of 9/11 again, sir.
777. Remember,
I would take you up out of here. I'll ship your head. I would ship your head back overseas to your mother so she can make some tea with your ears, boy.
Answer the question.
She can make some tea and do whatever you weird Arabs do with your bodies. When you know what we did? Hey, you want to make jokes about terrorism? You know what we did with Bin Laden? Let me tell you what we did with Bin Laden. We pissed on him and threw him over a boat. That's what we did. All praise to your king Bin Laden. We pissed on him and threw him over a boat in the middle of the ocean so he couldn't have a decent burial. You punk. You remember that? Hey, you like telling little weird funny stories, man? Tell that story about what we did to Bin Laden. And imagine his body, what we did to him. Imagine what we did to Bin Laden's body before we tossed him into the ocean. Like the rat bastard that he was, boy. Bin Laden's down there with the submarine floating around with the rest of those boys.
7, it's nearly
punk
10 to 11 over here. PM, yeah.
Hey, what did we have your people do with Saddam? Oh, that's right.
You just answer the question.
He's hanging.
I want to know.
Yeah, we kicked Saddam. We took Iraq. We took Afghanistan. We blew up your family. We destroyed your country. We stole your oil. You got absolutely nothing. You sit on a panel and you worship an American. That's what you do, boy. I finished you for good. I finished you for good. You, your friend Abdul, and you know what? Even Hafez, if you don't like it too.
Do not avoid the question.
All you guys are cowards. You sit there, you make little bombs, you drive up to a hotel. That's all you guys do. You ain't no real soldier. You ain't no real killer. You don't got no real heart. You're an Arab, boy.
So what, you have heart, yeah?
You're
have
an Arab, boy.
You have heart. Okay, say you
You're
have
an
heart.
Arab, boy.
Seven.
You stink.
So you have heart, yeah?
You stink.
You have heart.
You
Okay,
stink, coward.
You
stink.
So answer this question then.
You wouldn't
what would
do
you
nothing.
do for Mr. S in person?
I'll smack your goddamn face with a beer bottle,
How?
boy. This is
How?
America. You better
Beer
know
bottle?
who you're dealing with, sir.
Beer bottle?
You better know who you're dealing with, sir. I'll
Hold on.
bite your goddamn nose off, punk.
CT, are you hearing this guy?
CT, help me, CT. I'm a dirty, dusty Arabian. I need help.
What I would do if I
I'm
saw
a dirty, dusty Arabian.
You know what I would do? Do you know what I would do?
I'll make you blow me, Mr. S. That's what I would do, you punk.
I tell you what I would do.
Coward.
Here's what I would do.
I'll make you suck on this American sausage, sir.
Which one do you want? Plan A or Plan B? Both
Make
are
you
very
suck
quick.
on this, boy.
777. I'm asking
Make you
that
suck
question.
on it, boy.
What do you want? Do you want a headbutt or do you want that left hook?
Make you suck on this thing, boy.
777.
I'll
You don't
Fleece
want
Johnson you, boy.
You don't.
I'll throw you a bottle of
I
Vaseline and
love
tell you to
boxing.
get to
I
work.
love, you know what? Chaotic. I
Boy.
have to go. I don't. You see, peasants like that.
Take
I
your
don't
ass.
Like their dust to.
I'll take your ass, boy. Throw a honey bun on your bed and make you
Let's
suck
just clarify
everybody
the
off, sir.
answer. What would you do?
Mr.
if
Suck
you
you
saw
off.
Mr.
That's your
in
name.
person? He said,
Mr.
"You'll
Suck
grab a
you
beer
off,
bottle."
boy. Don't you ever
I'm
disrespect
dealing
me.
with a man who
Don't
when he
you ever
fights, he
disrespect this
some-
channel, sir.
You don't know how to
Don't you
knuckle up
ever
and get
disrespect
dirty.
America. I think your time's up.
F America, innit? Here we go. I'll say it again.
I
F
think your
America.
time's up, sir.
Uh-huh.
You don't even know
I
the
wanna see
GDP
that
of the
evidence. I'll
United
say it.
States. You don't even know the GDP of the United States. Talking about China's in
Well, I do know
charge.
it's-
We might as well
Your
learn how to
debt-
speak
your
Chinese.
Your debt is.
You might as well learn. Why don't you learn how to
of your
speak Chinese? You don't even
GDP.
speak English, boy. You can't even speak Arabic. You don't even know how to speak. You probably didn't go to school. You were probably raised in a mosque, barefoot.
Can I ask you a question?
Coward, I got shoes on.
Can I
I'll
ask you a
stomp
question?
you to death.
You can't.
You know what
just can't.
shoes are? You
I
probably
know
wear
you can't.
sandals. You've been
'Cause
wearing
you said to
sandals
me-
since you were
You
born.
said to me, you grab a beer bottle.
You
What
wear
the hell,
sandals
man?
since you were born,
You grab
sir.
a beer bottle. Might as well grab a pair of
You
sandals.
dusty
innit?
yellow
Might
skin
as well
bastard.
whack me with a pair of sandals.
You dusty yellow skin. You look like a camel, boy.
Yeah,
Are you done? Are you done? Go do payroll. Go do payroll. I got your mother barefoot over here cleaning my kitchen floor. Punk, this is America.
That's number one. Number two, I offered you an invite. to
Have your
come to London.
goddamn grandmother wax me off.
What if I paid
Wax
for your
on,
ticket? Would you
wax
come?
off, punk.
If I paid for your ticket to come to London,
If I
would you
paid
come?
for your ticket, would
see
you
you
like
face
to
to
come
face.
play cricket with me? If I pay for your ticket, would you play cricket with me?
There's a business class ticket.
There's
there.
a business class ticket.
Yeah,
It's
paid for you,
about 400 euros.
£200. I'll pay that.
You
for
ever
you.
disrespect
If you
Christians,
want,
Catholics,
if you
or
want.
Americans? Don't you
That's
ever
simple, innit? I
disrespect
can't come
our
to
country
America,
ever again,
but you can
boy.
come to the UK.
All
If
these
you're-
little crackers might not want to talk to you like this, but I'll talk to you like this.
You don't face
I'll
me.
talk to you like this. You know why? Because you ain't
know
going to
what
do
you are.
nothing about
Here's
it,
what
sir.
you are.
You're not going to do
You
nothing
are-
about it. You ain't got money to shut me up. Kick me
You're
off the
an
panel for
irate-
good.
you-
Kick me
no,
off the
I like-
panel, Mr.
I like-
Payroll.
I like to hear
Mr. Payroll, would you
my
like to do
gum
payroll with me? Would you like a payroll? Dusty bismati rice eating stinky
my enemy.
bastard.
And just hearing me and him chaotic, yeah.
Yeah.
Who would
Tell me.
Mr. I'll grab a beer bottle or Mr. Plan A, Plan B. That headbutt or a
Yeah,
left
hey,
hook.
how funny is that 9/11 joke now, punk? Huh? I've been saving this for you.
I'm okay, you know.
I've been saving this for you, punk.
I deal with irate customers
Come
all
on.
the time. That I'm not
Come
happy
on,
with
punk.
the service you
Come on,
provided.
punk. Why don't you
And
tell the
this is just
truth why you
another
can't come to America, punk?
Whereas this guy,
You can't afford a green card or something? What's the matter,
grabbing
punk?
ass in my voice.
What you want me to find you? What do you need, a American wife or
woman.
something, punk?
Only
Need a green
woman
card?
would have
You need a
this much
green card, punk?
On that note,
How's it feel eating dust sandwiches every day, huh? Why don't you go walk in the middle of a sand dune? Why don't you dig yourself in a sand dune, you bum?
you would never want to come and see me.
Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest. You're looking at him.
Keep talking.
Punk.
Listen, I told you the offer is on the
Bow
table.
down
I
and
can-
pray to me 5 times a day, sir.
We can
Get
meet
on
up.
that dusty rug of yours
after
and
we
bow
stop-
down and pray
and
to
after
the
we
east.
squabble, we shake hands.
Pray
I do
down
that
to the
for
west.
gentlemen. like a proper gentleman.
Yeah, bow down and pray to me. I'm Allah. I'm Allah, boy. Pray to me, sucker.
How old are you?
Your mama's age. Welcome to America, punk. We don't care about nothing.
Honestly, come on.
Your mama's age, boy.
Let's stop.
Your mama's age.
How old are you?
Get on that rug and pray to me, boy.
You sound like you're about 16.
I'm your Yaba, punk.
16 years old.
Call me Yaba. Say it, punk. Say it.
When he bashes his
call me Yaba.
His small
call me Allah, punk.
Object.
Say it, boy.
Still only dust comes out.
Call me Allah,
There's no liquid coming out yet. He's still that young.
Say it, boy. Say it, punk.
No, I will if you say what you'll do when you see me.
Say it. Say it, punk.
What will you do when you see me?
Call me Allah, punk. Say it.
Come on.
Say it, punk.
Say what?
Say it, punk. Call me Allah.
Say it. Brother, you know
yeah, that's right. Call me Allah. That's right. That's right. I'm the European Allah, sir.
And I will drink and
stinky,
eat your liver.
Dusty. You stinky, dusty bum. You wouldn't do a goddamn thing. You can't even afford a commercial flight.
Organ inside your
you would have been the only terrorist that didn't do nothing on that plane, sir. You would have said, I'm too scared to do this, man.
Eyeballs.
I don't want to. An American on that plane would have beat the hell out of you, sir. You know why they didn't pick you to be a terrorist? Because you're 5'1", you're 108 pounds. You weigh and look like a goddamn freshman cheerleader, sir.
I'm
a 15-year-old girl, punk. You wouldn't do nothing. They would never bring you into Al Qaeda. You'd never be a Muslim in Al Qaeda. Never. Never. You're like a cheerleader. You're a cheerleader. We would wash you in Afghanistan, sir. We would destroy you.
Are they known for being very tall?
You'd be hiding in a little dump somewhere. What, boy? Be hiding in a mud hut, boy.
I think you are unemployed.
Take my hat off and beat you with it. I wouldn't even beat you with
unemployed 777.
No, sir. I'm thoroughly employed, sir.
Well, that's what Mr. S says.
In your living room, you are thoroughly employed, couching on your sofa. Yes, absolutely.
How does he make his money?
Yeah, how do I make my money, Mr. S?
How does he make his money?
I'll let you get some.
Government assistance, food stamps, begging on the streets, perhaps.
Pay attention to how he feels about America. This is what he's saying. Pay attention.
I'm talking to you.
No, no.
I'm talking to you.
It sounds like we're talking about you, 777. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, but that's how you feel about Americans too.
You don't sound like a fully employed man. Because an employed man has a certain way of talking, has a certain way of carrying himself. Not like a. And this is the sound. This is what employed people say. This is the sound they make. Yeah.
I wouldn't even beat you with my hands. I'll slap you with my hat over and over again. I'll take my hat off and just slap you repeatedly in the face.
Do you have an LLC?
Do you have an can you suck on my DIC, sir?
Do you have an LLC, like a limited company, like a private firm?
Fatisic. Could you suck on my Fatisic, sir?
Can you suck on your ass?
How do you like that? Whoa. Hey, you're out of here, sir. I told you not to swear, boy.
Fatisi, you know what that is? That's the ass.
He can say ass.
That's the ass. He said, can you suck on my ass? No, Bruno, I don't think that way.
Sir, you have been
asked Michael, but he's dead now.
Sir, you have been eviscerated. A good friend of mine used to use the word.
Next time,
a good friend of mine used to use the word eviscerated. You have been eviscerated. Passion, salute to you, sir. We see your cash apps. We see your donations in the chat. Everybody, salute to you guys. If you want Mr. S out of here, just drop 20 right now. We'll get him out of here for the rest of the show.
Let's see how employed they are. But no, they share.
Abdul Wakil, listen up, boy. Your mother's bowing down on a prayer bed right now, sucking somebody off right now. Okay, reading the Quran.
I get it. I'm the type of person that can hold 200 people in a conference room.
Mr. S, yeah, I got something to hold. I'd have your sister holding my hand, all right? I have your sister holding my hand while we're walking in to go see a private movie.
What I say and the effects it has.
Sir, you have no effects on anything, on anybody. You wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight.
Would you like a bedtime story?
Have you ever donated to this channel, sir? You want me to get you out of here? Do you want me to get you out of here?
Okay.
Do you want me to get you out of here, sir?
Pay $50 and then I'm out forever, gone.
Passion listen, I guarantee Passion just got you out of here. Passion got you out of here just now.
Pay $50 and I'm out of here. Like
CT, did Passion get him out of here? Boom, get him out of here.
Yeah, that's $10 to kick me out. You can kick me out.
America, baby.
I'm asking him
Wait a minute. Not only did Big Time kick you out, Mr. S.
Yeah, you're out of here, boy.
Be quiet, man. Passion sent over a $20 super chat to get you up out of here, Mr.
Woo!
To you, bro. Okay.
One part in work.
See ya.
All right. Thank you so much, Big Time and Passion, for the super chat and Cash App. I did receive that.
God bless them.
All right, let me bring up Black Thoughts. Simon, you've been patiently waiting. Simon, what's up, Simon? Simon, you're on mute.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Salute to Black Thoughts.
Wow.
Be quiet, 777.
No, the only reason I sort of came up here is because, firstly, I just wanted to bring a black UK perspective on the panel because I saw the flags flying, and that's something that's not good over here. Okay,
yeah.
People are patriotic. Cool, that's cool, but I'll tell you, as a matter of fact, as a black man walking around in the UK, if we see a UK flag drawn over the balcony over a house, like on some sort of statue, or being ridden in some sort of way over the YouTube streets in the background, that's a red flag. Like, I don't know what you guys, I know you guys are patriotic over there, and like it's equivalent to the North and the South divide. So when these guys come up here and they speak about the UK in a certain type of way with a certain type of tone, please do not think that that's a total representation of the UK. It's far from disgusting. It is really repulsive. It's over here. Black people will bar that shit. There will be riots. It will be a problem in a second. You gotta
watch the language though. But go ahead.
Sorry.
Yep.
I appreciate it. And I've had my discrepancies with you, Chaotic, right? And I'm going to retract every damn thing I've said about you. I'm going to retract every damn swear word, cuss word, anything, because the fact of the matter is you brought this subject up, and wow, I was startled. I was very startled. And I appreciate you. Those guys are not on the panel. I just wanted to have a conversation with them because I was about to
bring it back for you.
I was about to start having some like real talk, because it's like I don't really understand how you can have this sort of perspective and be so like one-sided in terms of representing the UK, like on American panels. That's crazy. Like, especially that guy that was Arabian and speaking with an English tone. He's turning around and saying, oh, the UK is balanced. It's this, is that. Like he's some privileged spoon silver-fed boy who's living in his mama's basement. Like, that's not how you talk if you really know what it's like. And I would beg to understand where these guys are coming from. So, like, divided kingdom, where you coming from? What's your background?
I'm an English man. I was born here. I'm proud of my country. I have my flag behind me. I know that you live in London. Why are you so anti-flag if you live in the capital city of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
So where do you live?
You know where I live. You've spoken to me before. You said you didn't like what I'm saying because I'm white, if you remember.
No, well, okay. For the benefit, don't give me that shit. From the benefit,
Simon, hold on for a second. Simon, now respectfully, Simon, I've warned you. You cursed again. Over here now is you get a warning, and then you have to pay a $10 swear jar fee to be bought back up, or you can pay £10. or 11 pounds, or you could pay 8 euros. But yeah, sorry about that, Simon. I really wanted to hear Simon, but I gotta respect law and order over here. Let me bring up everybody real quick.
Yeah, bring up Eric.
About time, bro.
You've been patiently waiting, Black Thoughts. Go ahead, sir.
How's everyone doing?
Pretty good.
So I've been observing for a while. Last couple of days, I've been listening to Mr. S. He's been saying a lot. And I hope everyone's been paying attention to everything going on, everyone's facial expressions, and everything said. I sent you the super chat the other day, CT, and I said, the black people need to know who their enemy is.
Yeah.
You see, in the middle, Mr. S, in the middle of arguing with, damn, my Lexus is smashed. In the middle of him arguing with a white American male, he uttered, let's talk about these emotional blacks. Now you're arguing with a white male that is degrading you, your country, and your people, and your primary concern, clearly, is to talk about black men. See, what that tells me is what I've already known, what I've known for a long time, is that a lot of immigrants that come here of all varieties have pure disdain for black Americans. I'll say this to you, black Americans. You're always keying and showing teeth with these people, but these people will off you in a heartbeat.
Keep it real.
You better get some American nationalism. You better stand up like a guy. You better stand up like, I almost did it to myself. Better stand up like a man.
Damn is fine. Damn and ass is fine. You're fine.
Okay. You better stand up like a goddamn man with the American flag behind you. And I'm specifically talking to black men, but white men as well. Stand up like a man. Stand erect with the American flag behind you. And understand who your enemy is. Because I've been listening to Mr. S for a while here. I've been watching all the other Arabs and how they act when Mr. S and Arabs are being attacked. How they act when they're attacking Americans, black Americans, white Americans. And they all have the same sentiment. They just don't say it. But it's written all over their face. And so what I do is I take each one of them individually. As a group, they're the enemy. And Mr. S is a prime example of why I know the way I feel about that and the way I am about these people is accurate.
Go ahead.
And so I implore all Americans to pay attention, but especially black Americans. Stop showing teeth with these people. These people are not your allies, not the Hispanics, not the Arabs, not the white liberal. And you need to stand up and know who the hell you are. See, I don't play that. I don't play that. You see, you don't have to like me, but you're going to respect me. Because I'm not smiling and keying with you. Because I know who you are and what you're about. But I'll take you individually. And if you understand who we are as men individually, then we're fine.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
That's it. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Black Thoughts.
Eric,
what's up?
Yeah, so I got something I want to say. Simon, I came in towards Simon. I don't know. Black Thoughts is. I'm hearing your background noise a little bit. Like Simon, who do you think you are? Like this is. Honestly, I blame the British people for allowing somebody like you to do that. How the hell you gonna tell somebody they can't wave their flag in their own country? I got a song for you, right? I don't know if you sung this song because I just got on. Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. Britain shall never, ever, ever, ever be slaves. Now, your people can't make a song like that. Can they? So I don't know who you think you are to tell other people they can wait. Bro, y'all so weak. Bro, the people, the Negro, I call them Negro pins. Y'all are the weakest group of, like, where was all this tough? The only reason you're flexing on white British people is because they're allowing you to do it. You would never flex on a Chinese person about their flag. You would never flex on a Mexican about their flag. The only why are you always punching down? You Stormzy looking bro, like, we will annihilate you. As Americans, like, bring that to America. We will annihilate you. This is how you all do it. You go into somewhere as victims, and then you play the victim so people feel sorry for you. And then once they're done feeling sorry for you, you stab them in the back. Like, I just got a question for you. You said you would pull down the UK flag if you saw it. Why didn't your great grandparents do it when the UK flag was on their soil? Why now all of a sudden are y'all acting tough? Yeah, we know. Because you. Matter of fact, why aren't you doing it to China when it's on your homeland? Because you only do that to people when they back down. You would never go to a Russian place and tell a bunch of Russians or Albanians. You would never tell them not to wave their flag. Matter of fact, 15 years ago, you wouldn't go to the Irish and tell them that. You only do it to people when they're cucked. It's weakness to me. I don't know, but with that, I'm done.
Eric brings up a good point. Rock, what's up, man? Rock, you there? You there? Okay.
What's up? Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. Right.
No, I think we should have stoned Mr. S a long time ago. I'm happy he's gone. But yeah, man, I think if you're in the country, you should respect their flag. That's for sure. That's crazy. You should go back to the country that you like, whatever flag to fly, because that's what they fly over there. And if you come over here to the U.S. and you're trying to mess with my flag, and I can see it and actually do something about it, you might just be thrown back over past the pond, back to where you come from. I don't care what color you are. You're not going to disrespect my flag. We might look alike, but we're not brothers if you don't understand that.
Go ahead, Rock.
Simon said he's in the back. Let him. Food Channel is the name. He said he was in the back. He said I'm a virgin.
Simon's been kicked off. He cursed twice, so he's out of here.
Well, let him, bro. He said his name is a Food Channel. Let him come on, CT. Let him back up here. He said I'm a virgin. Let him back up here. He ain't a virgin from the back because he's been buck broken.
I rock with Simon. But Simon, just like everybody else, I rock with everybody. But you gotta respect the laws and the rules and order over here. Now, so somebody can either pay it for him or I mean, it's $10 to get back up, man.
CT, can I say one thing? Just real quick. I know I troll a lot, I joke around a lot and stuff like that. But when you started this channel, you grew this channel by yourself, didn't have any panel members, had no co-hosts. I mean, you had people pull up as guests and everything like that, but your main premise for the show was you're a proud American, and I'm going to hold you to that. So I expect moving forward that, and I say this respectfully, that's the internet term, these Arabs, and salute to everybody that's from the UK, you guys need to respect, one, this is an American channel. We're not here to talk about what's going on in England and what's going on with Saudi Arabia. Quite frankly, we don't give a damn. We don't care.
Smoked all of y'all. We beat all of y'all.
We're Americans. This is our job. Our Marines, let me tell you something real quick and then I'll stop because I know Rock just came up. Salute to Eric. Shout out to Gua, Hafez, Kale. But listen, our Marines, sure, we might be some low-level minded, sick human beings sometimes. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to war, we will destroy you physically, emotionally, mentally, and that's exactly who we are trained to be. We are trained to be soldiers, whether you're a civilian or a soldier, sir. And I you know what? Shout out to Smitty. I mute my mic and I digress.
May I super chat?
I'm sorry, I was looking at something totally different. Let me
Bring him
see.
back. Bring
Bring back Simon. Let Eric cook him. Simon, if
Rule
you're still listening,
Britannia rules the waves. Simon and his ancestors will always be slaves. Now bring your ass back up here. Come
Simon,
on.
if you're in the chat, Simon, if you're in the chat, you can definitely come back. Big Time has paid your tab. Gway, you've been quiet for. I'm sorry.
Let me just say one thing before he comes up. Hey, Simon, it don't matter how many channels you strike. It don't matter how many flags you rip down. You can't do nothing about history. It's already over and you already lost. You are the Detroit Lions of conquerors, my friend. You got the first round draft pick every year and you still lost. You ain't won no Super Bowls. You ain't got no NFC championships. You ain't got no legacy of winning. And I know it hurts. You speaking out of hurt right now. You speaking out of everything that you say about Britain is because you hurt. You hurt because you've never won. When you look yourself in the mirror, you don't feel proud. When you read your history, you don't feel proud. When you look at the flag of wherever you came from, you don't feel proud. So now you have to overcompensate by basically.
What happened with Eric?
Can I just quickly give a little information about this flag business? The fact is,
1,000 years is a very long time, bro.
Oh. Oh, I see he had lag. Okay, can I be heard? Thank you. I just want to quickly say that this flag thing used to
let
be.
the lady speak.
Oh,
Can we have some decorum, gentlemen? Let the lady speak.
Hold on a second. Gway, I'm sorry. Gway, were you about to say something?
Yeah, the Simon guy that came up, that I was wanting to ask him a question: if he was from the UK, or did he like come from somewhere and got into the UK, or his family? Is he like a UK born person?
He's London.
Or is he an immigrant?
London.
I have no idea.
He's from
Simon's a homosexual, and those are facts, respectfully.
Well,
Yeah,
the fact is that he was probably born in London.
Like.
He's from Peckham. He's from Peckham with the rest of
I
them.
don't like.
No,
like,
he is a Londoner. I know this.
When like somebody opened their home to you to come for refuge, I don't know why when you come, you start criticizing what they are like, what the country is about. If you don't like what they're doing, just leave. So that's what I wanted to ask him, because I'm like, if you're so angry and mad at the UK, why are you still there? There's a lot of other places that he can go, but to be angry and saying, oh, you can't wave the flag, or you can't do this and you can't do that, it's just ridiculous. If you hate what they're doing in the UK, it's easy. Pack your bags, buy a ticket, and go somewhere else where you will feel accepted and feel like, you're going to do better at. But a lot of times they wouldn't, because there's not a lot of countries on the planet that give you opportunities for you to be able to advance yourself, but they just seem like they sit and they just complain. That's all you hear. It's just the whining, and they feel like somebody did something to them. And it's like, no, I can always say, like, people act as if to say, people just went into Africa and took people from there and brought them. And it was like a war. They sold y'all.
Yeah.
Our ancestors sold y'all. That's why you see that's what happened.
And
real quick, Eric. Yes, Bob is right. The United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. Yeah, go ahead.
That's facts. That's facts. But the thing is, what I find to be interesting is, like, there's a lot of people from the places that they say that they colonized that made a lot of money and did well, right? You trying to blame, like, I mean, I just. When you really have conversations with these people and you go deep down, they want to use history as the fact of why they're losers right now, honestly.
Yeah.
So listen, I love the United States. I mean, Britain, if there is no Britain, there is no America. So I don't understand why. And honestly, what they're going through right now is only a future. We see what they're going through, and we got to get our stuff together, because no offense to Cal or the other guy, I don't want America to look like London. I don't want that.
We agree.
I don't want
London to look like London.
And to be honest with you, I don't know, Mr. Simon or whatever. You know what I want y'all to do, you Negropeans? I want all of y'all to bring your asses to a city like New Orleans or a city like Memphis or St. Louis and walk over there and say, yeah, bruv, we're all the same, bruv. Yeah, I want to see how that goes over. I want to see how welcome, since it's the white man's problem, I would love to get a bus of you Negropeans and drop you off in the middle of New Orleans where everybody looks like you, and we'll see how equal you're treated then.
Yeah, look, guys, I just want to quickly point this out. The original flag that the people like people from the black diaspora or Asian people or other people that didn't like was the Union wasn't the Union Jack or the Union flag that I have behind me or Cal has. It was the St. George's flag that was co-opted by a lot of the racist people back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and this flag looks like this. It's the white with the red cross. Now, this originally was what was considered to be a very racist flag or co-opted by the racists, although that is changing now. People are celebrating the St. George's Day in a much more inclusive sort of manner. It was literally celebrated a month or so ago in London. So it's changing. They're trying to change that image. But the Union Jack or the Union flag was never considered a racist flag until recently, when people shifted, or the people of the black diaspora certainly shifted their attention to the Union Jack flag rather than the St. George's flag, because that became kind of irrelevant. And now, and the reason, by the way, I created this image that I have is to trigger, because I go on a lot of black panels in England, and I created this purposefully to trigger a ton of them. Every time I put this up, people lose their mind. And I'm like, why are you? This is a country's flag.
Let me ask you a question, Hafez. Hafez, one, I just noticed you said you go on black panels to trigger them, sir.
No, I talk on a lot of London panels that a lot of black people are on there, and yeah, they get triggered.
You said you go on black panels to trigger them.
No, I don't go on there to trigger them. I said I created this image. I said I created this image because it triggers a lot of people.
Did he or did he not say he goes on black panels to trigger them? Did he?
Said the flag triggers them.
You misunderstood.
The flag triggers them.
I said I go onto a lot of black panels, but I also created this, which I found triggers a lot of them.
Let me ask you something. My friend is black that's running the show. His name's Chaotic Truth. What's your purpose over here?
What's my purpose? To converse, to partake in the conversation.
Guys, hold on for 1 second. I want to drop down everybody, including myself, because Simon and Eric have some words to
I challenge you to a duel.
Let me get my popcorn.
What's going on, man? You got a problem with people and their native flags?
We got to watch the language, by the way, because I will drop off.
Yeah, KR, just before I continue, can you just tell me about the rules of engagement over here? Because I ain't been over here before.
Just no vulgarity, no F-bombs, no S-bombs. But other than that, man, you guys can go back and forth.
I appreciate it. Go on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What's up, PSP? I ain't gonna drop no F-bombs anymore. But yeah, I'm kind of interested in what you're saying, because you seem to think you know what's going on over here for some strange reason. Like, you seem to think you have all the answers to everything, not only on this panel and not only like speaking on the English ways and how it is in the UK. You seem to have an overriding thought process about absolutely everything on each and every panel that you actually get on. So I'm kind of interested to hear what you got to say.
Well, only thing I have a thought on is a grown-ass man in a country that he's not native to, telling people from that country what flag they can wave and how a flag makes him tremble like a little girl.
Well, all right, bro. What's the definition of native?
A place that is home.
Are you talking about me, or are you talking about somebody else?
I'm talking about you. Didn't you say you had a problem with the flag of the country?
No, wait. What you said that it's not native, right? So you're saying I'm not native.
No,
I'm not native.
What does a British
What
person? What does a British person look like?
Me.
According to who? If you was a real British person, you wouldn't have a problem with that flag. If you was really, really British, you would be proud of Britain. And you wouldn't have a problem with the British flag.
No, wait. You're getting this shit misconstrued in multiple ways.
All right, Simon, you cussed again.
He's
bro.
so silly.
Couldn't do it. I said low
he's
IQ.
Anti-white. He's anti-UK. He's a joke. He's
That's
a racist.
why they don't belong there, bro. It's
Simon,
just like
Simon. Respectfully, you cursed again. You gotta watch.
Man, I want him to come back up. I want him to come back up. But the thing is this, right?
I do too. But
I gotta follow you. Every day, it's like if I were to put a cardinal, the red cardinal bird, in a office job. It's a place you don't belong, which is why everything around it you envy. You envy the people of the country. You envy their history because you don't belong there. You belong in your natural habitat. And you know where that is. Okay?
And where's that at, Eric? Where's that at?
He needs to go to a place where he's proud of the way that the people around him look. He's not jealous. He's not jealous of the way the people look. He needs to go to a place where he's happy with their flag. And the reason why there's all of this anger and envy from these Negropeans, as I call them, is because you're in an area you don't belong in.
I did not curse. Look,
you said yes.
No, you did curse. You did curse.
Wait.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Simon. It doesn't matter, Simon. Somebody paid for you to come back. Go ahead, Simon.
I just gotta be careful because I'm trying to have a conversation and people are like I'm literally not cursing. I'm literally
you said that. You cursed literally. It doesn't matter, Simon. Just pretend like the king. Just pretend like the king is up here. Go ahead.
I was talking to PSB because he's saying what he was saying was I'm not native. That's what I was.
You don't belong there. It's obvious with your behavior. It's if you put me in China, right? I would start complaining about Chinese history. I would say I'm being disenfranchised by the Chinese people. I would say I don't like the history of the Chinese. I would say I want more people here to look like me because that's not a place I'm supposed to be. And all those things are what Negropeans say in London. It's what y'all all say that. And you know why? Because your ass don't belong there. You don't belong there.
So you're literally what you're literally doing by talking right now is you're talking to generations upon generations of black people that have come over to England, have been born there over periods of time. And you're saying we don't belong here? We're not native. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And I'm telling you that because
how does that make any sort of sense?
Can I tell you? I can be born in a garage. It doesn't make me a car. Okay. Let me finish. Right. Your attitudes on the country are clear that you don't belong there. It's like you are the exact same. Hold on a second. You're the exact same. You're like Colin Kaepernick. Okay, a group of white people adopted you and brought you into their home, but yet your whole life. Hold on a second. But your whole life, you just felt a little different. You felt a little different from the place you were in, and then you started to resent it because you felt like this is not a place you were supposed to be. So what you tried to do was you went into somebody else's house, right? That wasn't yours, and then you're trying to tell them that they need to change to suit you.
Yo, bro, you're just living out your fantasy. I know where you've come from, and the fact of the matter is maybe you feel like that, but
I love my country. I love every part of every part of it. Every part about it. I love it from the beginning. I love when we steal. Let me tell you. Hold on.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Let me finish this one point. I love everything America does. I love when America steals. I love when America suppresses other countries. I love it all. See, me, I know that in order to get a good omelet, you got to break some eggs. You can't say you want the steak, but don't want to kill the cow.
Look, I'm just saying to you, I've literally come on here, right, from a black UK perspective. There's two white guys up here, and I have never, ever gone on YouTube and had a Union Jack in the background for a reason. And the reason is there's a blatant thing that goes on in the UK that Americans don't know about. And you're turning around right now and you're trying to talk to me, who is as a grown adult that's lived in this country years on years, generations upon generations, and trying to tell me you know better than I do. That does not make any sense to me, and it's not going to make any sense to anybody else. Reason being is because I couldn't tell you the same. I've never been on a platform and talking to an American person and telling them I know better than them. I know why this flag is being thrown up on here and why these people are doing this. Rather than you turning around and having some sort of understanding and learning about what I'm talking about, you're turning around and seeing these white faces on these platforms and you're going, oh, I'm going to agree with them just because my mom is white. And the problem is
my mom is not white.
I'm just saying, I'm not talking about you in personally, and I've done that on purpose because of the rules of the regulations. I'm just saying, you can't do that.
Well, can I tell you why I can? Why I've earned the right to do it? The reason why I've earned the right to do it is because my ancestors, unlike yours, my real black ancestors, unlike the ones like yours, we beat that flag. So we could say whatever we want to. We beat it, and black Americans fought that flag in 1776, and we beat it. We fought it in 1812, and we beat it. We helped it out in World War II. We can say whatever we want to say. You, on the other hand, your people was living in mud huts during that time, so you don't get to say nothing.
Okay, Simon, may I ask you one or two questions, just very, very quickly? I don't want to labor this too much. You said you found this particular flag quite disturbing or triggering or red flags. If I had this flag in my background, would you feel triggered by this flag?
I didn't say any of those things.
Would you say there was a red flag if I had this flag instead of the other one?
That's an ugly flag, though.
I'll tell you what I said. What I said is, as a black person, like in the UK, you'd walk around and you'd see the Union Jack, doused over balconies and things like that. In particular. And you would not walk into those areas because at the end of the day, what that will spell is something that you don't want to get involved in. Okay. And what's going on over the internet right now, which you don't want to take too seriously, fair enough. You want to bring up the Jamaican flag like it's some sort of joke. It ain't a joke.
No, I'm not bringing it a joke. No, I'm trying to make a point here. I'm trying to make a point.
Because I'm trying to make part of your life. It's not part of your life.
No, I'm trying to make a point for you because I want to show you that you feel more comfortable with this foreigner's flag than the British flag in the country that you reside in. That's what I'm trying to make the point. That you feel racist. No, it's not racist. The Jamaican flag is a foreign flag. It's some other country's flag, and yet that is more acceptable to you than me, a foreigner who was raised in this country as a child, who absolutely adores this flag because I know what this country did for me and my family. That flag is a flag for me. It's a sign of appreciation. It's a sign of a country that welcomed me in, that actually gave my family a good education, a place to live, a food in our bellies. This is what that flag represents for me. So for me, you can't tell me that because you feel a bit some way about that flag, that I have to feel the way you feel about that flag. Because that flag has an entirely different meaning to me.
But hold on a second. Simon, I do agree with you on one thing about the white people, though, right? I do have a problem with British white people, right? And I'm not going to lie like I don't. My problem with them is they let you in and they let you disrespect them. That's my problem.
All right, cool, PSB. I just want to address Hafez, because that ain't even an English name. My name's Simon, right? Where are you from, Hafez?
I'm from Iran. But I was raised in Britain.
Wait, just give me a second. Where did you come from and when did you land in Britain?
I came, I don't want to give my age away, but I came in the 80s. You don't need to do that. And I was, I came from Iran. I flee a war-torn country, a terrible country with a terrible regime, and I
don't want to hear
absolutely appreciate that I'm in Britain.
You was not born in Britain, right?
100%.
He's more English than you.
Not born. No, stop for a second.
He's more English than you. You're disrespectful.
No. You see what's going on here? No. Cal knows what I'm going into right now, right?
I know that you're full of it. And you're disrespectful.
I'm a
He's got a point, though. You can't lie.
I'm here. I am
He's more
here.
English
I
than
was
him.
born here. I would no. You see what's going on here? No, Cal.
Facts.
These guys represent you. And the fact that he's actually flagging that flag, he doesn't even know what he's doing because
Does he not?
he's influenced by people like you. The fact of the
Okay.
matter is, I'm a British-born citizen, and he
Who hates
is
Britain.
not. No, hold it
Yeah.
for a second. I didn't say that for a second. I said
You hate the
these
flag.
guys. No, these guys do that stuff. It's like football hooligans. They go over to other countries and try and represent England in a certain type of way. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. At the end of the day. No, he's influenced by people like you. Okay, he's going to flag the flag.
Simon,
but
Simon.
he's not about us. He's not about us at the core. And
You're not about Britain.
Simon, you fear this flag. This is the flag of the English hooligans. This is what they co-opted. They didn't co-opt the Union Jack. You are completely misunderstanding the Union Jack, and it is not a flag that represents racism, and it is not a flag that. And I, by the way, Simon, I was raised in Britain. I came here as a child.
I don't care
a
if you
very
were raised.
young
You weren't
child.
born.
Just because
You
you were
can't claim
born
that.
here, that
You
doesn't somehow
can't
give you a
claim
leg
that.
up.
He's more English than you, Simon, which means you're a joke.
How's that possible, Cal? You're
Because he
talking
supports
nonsense
the
now.
flag, he
I
supports
thought
the
you was a
country.
smart
He
guy.
doesn't
I
sit.
thought-
Shush.
I
He doesn't
thought you was a
sit in
smart
London
guy.
crying about how horrible a country
No,
it is.
you just
He
have
actually
these
likes the country he
minions
resides in. He
chasing
shows
your-
respect.
Okay, cool. Whatever.
You don't.
He shows
You're a
respect.
joke.
How does he show respect? By flagging the flag just because you want him to. And he does
I didn't
whatever
ask
he
him
wants.
to do that.
Yes.
I've done this. I've had this flag. I've had this picture for at least the best part of a year and a half now. Cal had no info. This is the first time I'm even talking to this gentleman. I've never seen this man in my life. This is not some kind of. We didn't do this as like a
gentleman. But I'm not a gentleman, right?
No,
you're
you're
not going to
scum.
call me a gentleman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simon. Yes, you're a gentleman too. You're
Okay,
a gentleman
thank you
too.
very
I address
Thank you very
everyone
much.
politely
But
on this panel.
But Cal calls me scum. Why does Cal call me scum?
Because you reside in a country, dissing the country of which you reside. You say the flag, oh, it's a red flag. No, it's your flag. If you're a so-called Londoner, it is your flag. So why disrespect yourself, your own flag, and say everyone's racist? And the likes of me are telling him to do that? What, the white man?
All right.
You told me once to shut up because I'm white, and you can't even remember because you usually drink before you go on panels. You're a racist drunkard. That's all you are.
At what point in time? At what point in time did I disrespect the country?
You said the flag is a red flag. It is your flag. You say that the likes of me are telling people to wave the flag. What, a white man, a white boy? What, black people are scared of the flag? No, only your type is scared of the flag. The people who hate the country of which you reside. You don't represent all black people. There are better black people than you, sir.
I know plenty of black people that fly the British flag.
Big Tom has a question for you, Simon. He says, "Why do you hate the flag, sir?"
Yeah, I didn't say I hate the flag. What I said is there is a thing in Britain, like there is in the United States, where you could go from no, don't interrupt, please. Christ Almighty. Like you could go from North America to South America. And people have discrepancies about the flag that has been flown. This has gone on in the last couple of years. People knocking down sort of statues and all the rest of it. Now, you, Cal, may see it as a thing of, oh, we're proud and we're British and this, that, the other. But for black British citizens, it's a red flag in certain areas. You'd look, bro. Have you ever been to Romford?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever been to Essex? Have you ever been to Newcastle?
I have. I live in London.
Have you ever been to Leeds? Have you ever been? There's certain areas in England you cannot carry on like that. You can't just throw up a red flag. And this is the thing. Why? The only reason, yo, bro, the only reason I came on here was to just give the US audience a perspective from another area in terms of I'm a black man living in London. I know what's going on. No, I don't hate white.
You once told me to shut up because I'm white. So why was that? Because I'm white.
You still got that thing going on. Really?
Mr. Simon,
come on.
Can I ask
still
you?
hung up on that? Really?
No, I'm just stating facts. You don't like the facts? You don't like the truth? Obviously,
if you want to iron out something, I've got a channel you could come around and talk to me about it. But it seems
I would
like
rather
I would happily come.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, like if you don't want to discuss it, then don't just hold it within yourself.
Mr. Simon,
like that
Mr.
and then
Simon,
bring it up some other time.
Mr. Simon,
don't like the
do you
truth
know? Sorry, Simon. You know that in the last few months we had the coronation. the British flag was flying exceedingly high everywhere. It was literally everywhere. And I saw all people of all races, hold that flag proudly and wave that flag proudly. So to say that you represent anything is a tiny minority of exceedingly bitter people that are in this country at the moment who just look to bring down Britain in any shape or form they can. The Britain is always racist. They're always bigoted. They're always terrible. And yet none of these people, first of all, find themselves on any plane to any African nation of their choice. None of these people are even attempting to depart from this country. They are firmly stuck here. They're happy to take whatever this racist, horrible country has to offer. And they seem to be just hanging around without and by the way, the airports they didn't even shut down during COVID. They're open all the time, but nobody wants to leave. Why is that? Why is it that there are boats upon boats, hundreds and thousands of people literally are risking death to come across the channel from France into this country? I'm telling you, all I'm trying to say is that your perspective of this flag is incorrect, and maybe it was shaped by some terrible people, but I think it is up to you, just like it is up to me and anyone else, to change our perspective and bring and try to go forward with a better perspective of Britain, and actually be proud of this country. We live here, we reside here, this is our home. Why do you want to hate the place that you live? Why won't you at least encourage a positive image of this country?
But what this shows you though is you can't blame, and this is my second thing. You can't blame him. This shows that multiculturalism does not work in the UK. It doesn't, because you have 3 people here from 3 different cultures all getting into it with each other. It doesn't work.
No, I disagree, PBS. Because
how do people like Simon exist then? You admit that there's people in the UK like him or other people who hate the UK. The UK should have never let him in.
As much as
you let these people in who hate you. They play like they the victim. And then once they get enough over you, they're gonna take over.
PSP. Unfortunately, from my perspective as a foreigner who was given refuge in this country, I can tell you categorically, for every Simon, there is a Hafez that loves this country and appreciates exactly what this country is about. And so you can't just
8 or 9 like it's not the way. Look at how the UK looks.
No, you can't generalize.
PSP, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You really don't.
I can't generalize.
Yeah, I mean, you're a very intelligent guy. I get you. And I hear you on other panels.
It doesn't work.
You're not in your realm right now. Like, you really need to step back.
Hold on a second. I did step back. You two, if it worked, all 3 of y'all would be getting along with each other.
I support Hafez though,
but that's what I'm saying. All of y'all would be getting. If everybody, if this really worked, if this country thing worked, you all would coalesce together and say we are all one. You would be unified. You're not unified, but it does not work. What you're doing does not work. I'm sorry.
No. What you don't understand is just there's different levels to this. Like, I don't come from where cows come from, and I don't come from where Hafezes come from. I'm a British-born citizen. I've been here from bang. Right. 2, I was born in London. I'm London bred. I don't know where Cal's from, and I don't know where Hafez is from. All right, cool. Just chill for the second. Like, at the end of the day, like, people have different experiences. But what I'm saying is, like, from my perspective, I'm just bringing it from a black man's perspective, because there's 2 white guys up here from Britain. I'm not being racist or anything. I'm just saying.
No, I get it.
There's a different perspective. It's like in America, it's the same thing. Like,
no, it's not the same thing.
All right, whatever. I'm just saying.
Why do you keep saying black?
Because you want to separate. Once again, it's division.
You want to divide. No, it's facts. It's not division. Listen, look. How can you not understand somebody that's literally spouting out of their mouth that there's a difference? Like, in terms of, I said to you, I've been on these panels for freaking years. I'm not swearing, sorry. chaotic. I'm just saying, I have never in my life, and I will never in my life put a Union Jack as my back piece. There's a reason why that's going on, and there's a reason why this happens in our general lives as black people. What we see and walk around with these people doing this sort of thing, and they're doing it slightly because it's a different sort of sort of political geographic going on, and they want to be very subtle about it.
Oh
but
my
yeah,
God.
that's
Mr. Simon,
cool.
Mr.
You can
Simon.
do that sort of stuff. It's not gonna. It don't rock with me, bro. And
Mr. Simon,
you know what's
Mr.
going.
Simon.
Yeah, do that because that's what you do all day, bro. But at the same time, it's like that's just not what's going on, and you
Listen.
don't like the fact that I've come up here and gone, okay, you can't play that. But at the end of the day, I can speak to like 300-400
Excuse
people
me,
right
me as a
now, and they'll
white
say
black
exactly the
person,
same
I
thing.
Simon,
don't agree
Simon,
with
can
what
I
you're
can I
saying.
can
You
I
need to be
simply
proud of the country you're born in.
I know.
look, I'm sorry. I just want to say this quickly.
Agree
In
with
a
the
few weeks'
history.
time,
You
Simon,
need to remember the history, because without you remembering, you need to hold on to that flag. That's what you need to
Simon,
do.
in a few weeks' time, we're going to have the Caribbean Carnival, as you may know, the Notting Hill Carnival.
Don't even talk about
No,
that,
no,
bro.
it's not
This is
nothing
the
to do.
thing.
Don't
You
talk
see what
about
I'm
it.
talking about?
They're
This
going
is
to be
wrong,
people. They're going to be people
wrong.
walking around with Jamaican flags, with what's it called? I don't know, all the different Caribbean islands flags, and they walk around proudly with those flags wrapped around them. All of them, plastered all over the buses and all over the place. And yet, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to have a Trinidadian flag. It's perfectly fine to have a Jamaican flag. But it's somehow wrong to have the flag of the nation that is giving you all the benefits and all the support that your life has enjoyed, that your family enjoys. The NHS.
Can I ask Simon a question real quick? Simon, where is your family originally from, if you don't mind asking? If you mind,
St. Lucia.
Okay, so St. Lucia. Okay.
And I bet you will have a St. Lucian flag come Notting Hill Carnival this year.
Yo, Hafaz, right?
He will.
Do you know what the Notting Hill Carnival is about?
I'm guessing. I'll be honest. I'm not too au fait about the history, but as far as I know, it's a celebration of the people of the islands.
It's a celebration.
Sure.
Right. So you don't know, really. I mean,
okay.
You don't know.
Do you know where?
Do you know where it's the riot? So, do you know about the Notting Hill riots?
Well, yeah. I mean, that was a long time ago. No, I'm not.
It was a long time.
But no. Tell me. No. School me.
Cal, do you know
please.
about Notting Hill riots?
They were race riots, weren't they?
Is that about as much as you know?
1958, isn't it? Race riots.
1958.
Yo, bro. Before my mother was born, so no, I don't really know too much about it. I know about the London one.
This is the problem. This is the problem. You don't really understand what you're dealing with, because the thing about it is the English culture is, especially in London, we have 33 boroughs. We have about 293 different languages. We have people from multiple different countries coming over here and settling, integrating with the community, understanding what's going on, and just working. Basically, they come over and they work. And I have no disrespect for people that come over and they graft, they build their businesses and all that stuff, but they really do not understand the historic culture of what's going on. I could never go to America and speak to someone about Rodney King. I could never go to America and speak to someone about George Floyd. Even if it was in the past or present, I would never do that. I would never turn around and go, I know what this is.
Simon, give me 1 second. So give me 1 second, Simon. Big Time with the $2 super chat says, for Hafez and Cal, the nationalist salute. And Big Time also says, Simon, who started the 1909 riots in Liverpool. He's asking you, who started the riots in Liverpool?
Who started the Bristol riots in 2020? Who brought down the statue in 2020?
Yeah,
who got found not guilty?
Well,
293 languages are in the UK that people speak.
It should be English. It's an English country.
Wow. Yeah,
then you've got Welsh, Scottish Gaelic.
Yeah. It sounds like the Tower of Babel in the UK is beginning.
But Simon, if you don't like what they're doing in the UK, why can't you just move back to St. Lucia's?
I wasn't born in St. Lucia, bro. I was born in the UK. I was born in Paddington, London.
Yeah, but you don't like what they're
Prince
doing
Harry.
there. You don't like what they're doing there. So
I didn't
if
say I
you
didn't
guys-
like what they're doing there. What I said was, you are viewing two white people with Union Jacks in the background, and that's not a complete
But what's wrong with?
representation of the UK.
I'm confused. I'm confused, Simon, as an American. What is so wrong with their flag? I mean, that's the national flag of Britain, right?
Because you see it differently. When Americans flag the USA flag, there's a patriotism behind it. When it happens in the UK, there's a sense of fascism. There's a difference because you don't need to do that. Like, there's a difference. It's a real difference.
Hold on. You guys, don't cut him off. Okay, Simon. I did a live stream earlier today, about 4 hours, and I'm about 4 hours in on this one, so I'm a little bit tired, and I'm not okay. Please, without anybody cutting him off, I really want to listen to Simon because I've never heard of this before. Simon, are you telling me that showing the flag or having pride for the flag in the UK is not like how it is in the US?
Yes. And they know it. They damn well know it.
Is that I didn't really know that. Is that the sentiment of the majority of the country, or just with Black British, or who? Go ahead.
No, like if there's an event or something like a coronation, then everyone sort of gets a bunting out and everything, and it's like everyone celebrates it, and they're quite welcome to bring out the Union Jack and like celebrate it, but it's not an ongoing thing. Like you don't do it on an ongoing basis. That's go to these channels with these alt-right people that do this all day long. They do it all day long, and they're doing it for a reason. Like,
what's the reason?
Well, they're promoting certain things.
Like what?
Britain.
Like what?
No,
like
it's not
British
Britain,
nationalism.
No, it's not that. It's not like Americanism, and that's the thing. And this is why I got a bit annoyed, and that's why I came up here, because there's no reason for me to really come up here because I got to go into another stream. But I'm just saying, like, the guy that is coming from another country, he doesn't even know. He's been indoctrinated. But you got guys that is the children of children, like Mr. Flag Waver over here, that's been indoctrinated by their parents, and he doesn't even know. But the fact of the matter is no one on a UK street, if you really come to the UK streets, the estates, the people, like the culture of the country, you're not getting that. That happens in rural communities where people are where they can get away with it, and then they have their own little communities and they have their own little factions, and they're blasting out some sort of propaganda trying to be sus, because they can't do that same type of politics that they did 10 years ago, like, you know, certain types of people.
Okay,
But
hold on for a second. Wait a
all it
minute,
is.
guys. Okay, because you know I'm an American. Rock is an American. We don't have any idea what you guys are talking about. At least I don't.
I don't.
When what flag predated the Union Jack? Because the Union Jack was originated in 1800 or 1801. So what flag was before that flag? Your current
Yes.
flag.
I'll let Hafez go.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought Hafez was talking.
That's a joining of the Union. So that incorporates Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland, Northern Ireland, right?
Just Northern Ireland, no Ireland.
Well, Northern Ireland's part of, you know.
Yeah, you said
UK
Ireland
Parliament.
and Northern Ireland. They're two separate countries.
No, let me hear him real quick, because I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about, but I'm trying to get an understanding of it. So go ahead. Let me hear from Simon, though, because I want to hear opposition. Let me hear from Simon first.
The St. George flag is the English flag. The other stripes and, you know, triangles are part of the incorporation of the rest of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. That's what it represents. So when he's flagging up the cross, that's St. George.
Okay.
Right? That's England. So I'm English. I ain't Scottish. I ain't Welsh. I ain't Irish. And we do not get along like that. Like it's like you have, you know, you have Washington and then you have Colorado, or you have, you know, it's such a vast land in terms of the US.
Okay, so Simon, throw me
versus
some rope here.
we're a
So
very small sort of
this
faction.
so this was the first Union flag of 1606, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's missing, I guess, an
That's
extra,
Northern
right?
Ireland's flag. Yeah.
Okay, so is it safe to say that is it just like when we had 48 stars because we didn't have two states that were, we had two states added on after World War II, which was Hawaii and Alaska. So couldn't we say the same thing in America? Like, if that makes any sense, like it's just they're proud of the fact of this flag right now because it incorporates all the history of Ireland and throw me some rope here, but Ireland and other European countries coming under Great Britain or whatever.
Yeah, that's a union,
right? So I'm trying to figure out what is so wrong
it's
with
like
that.
that's how the US formed the union because it was like North and South.
What's wrong with the flag?
It's not nothing wrong with it. It's how it's used. It's like
let me read these super chats real quick.
No.
Rob, $5,
Okay,
$10
cool.
super chat says, Simon, you are downplaying national identity while at the same time respecting it. You dump on Britain while respecting the right of Americans talking about America only. Hold on, I got one more super chat. LaShawn says, Simon, what is wrong with the flag? And LaShawn also says, Simon, answer the question about what is wrong with the flag. Go ahead, Simon.
There's nothing really. I didn't say anything that was wrong with the flag. I think people are misinterpreting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's used in a certain type of way. We don't do that as a preference. Like, so when this guy sat there in his sunglasses and his like cap, like with a background of an English flag, where do you see that? Like that's something else. That's saying I'm part of something, which is usually part of some sort of movement. Why would you do that? I mean, there are so many backgrounds you could put to, like, preference your personality. Why put the British flag? Yeah, there you go. And now he's sort of juxtaposing the Jamaican flag and turning it into something else. So what does that tell you? Just look into it for a second. What does that tell you about this guy? Because that is some slight stuff. And it tells you a bit about his ideology and where he's coming from, what kind of message he's trying to push.
Mr. S has a good question. Would you enlist if the United Kingdom asked you to? Simon?
Yeah, he's too busy trying to figure out how he can get with his boys.
But seriously, because seriously, I would actually like to know, would you enlist?
I have enlisted previously.
Okay.
Mr. Simon, what does this represent? What am I trying to psyop people into this one? You know what that is? That is the what is known as the Shiro Khorshid, which is the previous Shah of Iran's flag, which is now currently illegal to even bear in anywhere, in Iran or Iranian embassy, etc., etc. That would give you that would get you the death sentence. But I also have that as well as part of backgrounds that I use quite often. I actually have an Iranian flag one as well, but that one is the aspect ratio isn't right yet, so I have to fix that. But what you're saying is, you see, the problem is you are putting meaning or alternative meaning over what I did. I did nothing of the sort. I had no nefarious thoughts about that when I made that. What I did realize, though, very quickly after I created that avatar or that background image, was that a lot of black people in England get triggered. And in fact, being a kind of semi-troll that I am, I actually enjoyed that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. How can you say? You just said black people get triggered. That was your word.
Yeah.
Right.
Literally, you're a prime example of it right now.
Wow.
You are.
The black British people got severely triggered. I found that. I didn't find it amongst the Indians. I actually speak on regular black people, moderated panels, UK ones. I don't know if you know one. There's one called the G Block. There's another one called True Illuminati, which is run by Jedi. These are mostly people who actually run in Speaker's Corner in London, and so I speak on those panels on a regular basis, almost for 3-4 years.
Can you tell people what Speaker's Corner is?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think most people actually know, but Speaker's Corner is an area in Hyde Park, London, where people get on a soapbox traditionally and speak and say whatever they want. They talk about politics, religion. I mean, right now it's just dominated by religion, but yeah, just about any subject they want. It actually started as a tradition of the hanging tree, where people used to get hung on a tree in that area. It was actually sort of more closely to Marble Arch, but people used to have the last, a right to give a final speech, and that's how Speaker's Corner started, is people giving their final say before they were hung.
Guys, thank you guys so much.
Is that inaccurate?
No,
what did you say, Gway?
I said this is just draining. Like, if you don't like the country and like what they're doing, or what
do you like the UK, Simon? Do you like the UK?
Anything, just go back to St. Lucius. You feel better to be among your own people.
No, what you guys got twisted is I am the UK, and this is the problem. Like, because where we have these people that come up and they are they're not really truly connected. Like, so they just have an opinion, and that's cool. And I'm trying to sort of grasp, and that's why I came up. It's like, look, I ain't gonna.
Simon, hold on for a second. Right. Bob with the $5 super chat says Simon is expressing something close to how blacks see the Confederate flag. Maybe so. Duale with the €5 says CT Simon is right. EDL say there is no black in Union Jack. There's no black in Union Jack. Okay. I don't know anything about the UK. So
EDL don't represent us.
What is EDL?
The English Defence League, who are anti-Islam, anti-immigrant, anti all that. They don't represent the UK at all.
Guys, I gotta roll up out of here. Thank you guys so much. Any last words? Sorry to end it so abruptly, but
thank you for your TT. Thank you for the opportunity to
I
speak.
did a double header.
If you don't like the flag, get the hell out of here.
Simon, any last words? You're on mute, Simon. Simon, you're on mute, bro.
No, I appreciate you, Chaotic Truth. As I said, like this has been a head twister, and I'm going to be paying a bit more attention. And salute to everyone on the panel. It's a very, very good discussion. It had to be had, and I think like as time goes on, it's going to become more relevant. May not be relevant right now to some people, but thank you. That's what I can say. Have a good night, bro. Thank you very much.
Too. Thank you. Simon, Fez, any last words, bro? I gotta get the hell up out of here.
Thank you so much. Everyone like and subscribe. And the Union Jack is not a racist flag. And we are going to reclaim these old ideas. And I think someone like Simon, you may have had racism, an experience of racism in the past, but the only way we can move forward is to change those ideas and change those opinions. And the one thing you can do is to say that was the past, and we are now going to reclaim this flag as a flag of unity amongst all people in Britain. But as long as you hold on to the past, you're never going to move forward. So you're always going to see this flag as a racist flag. It's not a racist flag. And Britain is a lovely country. You should all come down and I'll buy you all a pint. Cheers.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fez.
Great show, CP. I'm about to go. Thank you
so much, Gway, for the cash up. I really appreciate it.
I think anybody that's born in a country and they grow up to hate their own flag, they need to get out of the country.
Yeah,
we need people.
I agree.
They need to find a country and a flag that they like, with the history that they're okay with. Since everyone's so offended by history now, instead of learning from history and applying that to their present and future life, they want to destroy history and say that people can't be proud of their history. I'm sorry, but people have a right to be racist, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Peace and love. God bless you.
Thanks so much, Rock. Peace. Well, I grew up down an old dirt road in a town you wouldn't know. My pops picked the place up for $1,500. back in 1964. My grandfather was a drinker. Back in the day, he put him down. But a war is known to change a man, and the whiskey's known to change a man. But that's not me. I rarely drink from the bottle, but I smoke a little weed. Guys, I'm not going to sing the whole song, but that is one of the most patriotic songs I've ever heard in my life. That is Country Boy by Aaron Lewis. Is it Aaron Lewis? I think it's Aaron Lewis. I think it is Aaron Lewis, right? That's Aaron Lewis, right? Yeah, Aaron Lewis. Yeah. Still live in the sticks where you wouldn't go off an old dirt road. I got it mixed up. Anyway, guys, salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. Big time. You was hitting the super chat like gunfire today. Dirty Dude with the super chat for the day. Boatzilla, Casey came through. Duwale came through with the euro, which is worth more than $1 right now, or trading higher. Abdul, Passion with the super chats. Thank you. Passion was coming through with the super chats and the cash apps for today. Gway, thank you so much for your cash app. Passion, thank you so much for your cash app. LaShawn, thank you so much for your cash app. Really appreciate that. HB came through with the super chat as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Bob was coming through as always with the super chat. Thank you so much. You guys were an incredible audience for today. Rock the Big Gun says, what the F you know about that, CT? Oh, I love country music, man. So I love my guns. I love the way it is now. And anybody that tries to change it, they got to come through me. That should be all of our attitudes, because this is America. And the country boy is good enough for me, son. I love that kind of music. Love it. Pride. That's how. That song is straight up American pride. That's American pride right there. Said, change your style, whiten your smile. You can lose a couple of pounds. You want to live this life, you better lose that wife. Do you need your friends around? Said, now that's not me. Let me see. Guys, I'm out of here, man. Salute to you all. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Guys, get out there and work out tonight. Still, well, if you're in the UK, I think it's just night over there yet. Well, early in the morning. But guys, get out there, go for a walk or a run. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. Have a good one.